Yes, I got my water here.
Oh, you need help?
Good morning, dear colleagues. Would you mind to take your seat? You are going to start this session. So, good morning. Welcome back to this global dialogue, and we hope you had a pleasant evening yesterday. We want to start by recording the mandate of this work program. You have together decided that for this work program, the outcome will be non-prescriptive, non-punitive, facilitative, respectful of national sovereignty and national circumstances. And we are here to have a technical dialogue to share opportunities, best practices, actionable solutions, and challenges and barriers. And I assure you, my co-chair and I will make every effort to ensure this. Before we go to the business of today, I would like to explain a little bit about the use of the mirror boards which we used yesterday. As indicated yesterday before lunch, we plan to use the mirror boards for online participants to share their best practices, actionable solutions, and their views. Because for this MS Teams, which is main tools we used for online participants, that is only used for record who is going to have the willingness to speak. So we are not, as previously, when you use MS Teams, you can also type the information in the chat box function of MS Teams. So that is why we create the new, we use the new tool, which is the mirror boards, for the online participants to share their views. But I think before launch, maybe everyone is quite rushed to launch, and I didn't explain quite clearly. It is my fault of that. Didn't say so clearly what is the function of that mirror boards, so that makes a little bit of confusion. We apologize for that. Based on the experiments we did yesterday, today we are going to, we think this is a quite good tool for both online participants and also for you as well. You can also share your views in the mirror boards. And please, when you share your views on the mirror boards, please identify the name of either party or organization you represent. And also we will look at these mirror boards and share those information at the end of each breakout group sessions, especially to highlight those ones who hadn't get a chance to speak from the floor, either in person or online. I hope this clarifies and for this approach. So for today, parties, please are also welcome to send us your written input by email to secretariat at MWP and UNCCC You are always welcome to share your views. For example, as the intervention you have made during this session. Today, we will start by reporting back on the breakout sessions from yesterday. And as promised yesterday, we will give you an opportunity as well to share with us your takeaways from yesterday's breakout. And we have to caveat that our reporting back with the fact that this is not an exhaustive summary and that 3 minutes cannot do any justice to the richness of the conversation. And we will invite you to complement our overview with your own experiences from yesterday and additional perspectives. So without further ado, let me first invite my co-chair Angela to report back on breakout groups 1 and 3.
Thank you very much, Gao, and good morning to you all. We had some really rich conversations in the two breakout groups that I presided over. The first breakout group focused on the best practices and solutions for deforestation, forest degradation, and addressing underlying drivers. We heard from about 13 governments and 2 organizations, a representative constituency groups, and we captured about 10 mirror board interventions. Unfortunately, with the first group, we did not have, should I say, the interventions did not indicate who the different parties' organizations were, so can't really attribute those examples to specific governments except for one. We heard about the importance of legal frameworks and protections as foundations for actions. Some of the interventions shared about regulations and legislation to facilitate replanting deforested areas, preventing illegal logging, and also assessing environmental repercussions of developments. Some of the interventions covered the efforts that are being made to enable a whole of society planning and how they're pursuing planning also at different levels of government. This showcased examples of how community engagement can help define effective local policies. We also heard best practices around wildfire, which in some cases is emerging as a central underlying driver. And the presentations highlighted solutions that included satellite data, AI to improve monitoring, pre-planting to build resilience, among other things. A number of the presentations also highlighted the role of REDD+ as a key tool for many parties. We heard from many of the presenters about the integrated approaches that they're taking. Some noted, for example, that agriculture is one of the main drivers of deforestation, and they outlined their efforts to integrate land use management across forestry and agriculture to improve the dynamics. We also heard that trade and demand for timber are not necessarily a driver of forest loss, as there are many other factors that interact. And we also had some good examples of major timber producers who have low deforestation rates and increasing forest reserves. The role of the IPCCs featured in many of the IPLCs, apologies, it's a bit early. IPLCs featured in many of the best practice solutions, and with many interventions illustrating the need to include communities who are on the front line of forest management as partners in the stewardship of these resources. And they highlighted the need to allocate benefits to ensure great accessibility of initiatives, for example, through dedicated windows. I'll move on to the third breakout session, which I also presided, which focused on afforestation, reforestation, and restoration. This was a pretty lively conversation. We had 20 best practice actionable solutions that were presented. 18 of those came from country parties and 2 from organizations. And we also had we captured 5 interventions through the Mirror Board from 3 countries. Many of the interventions that were highlighted included the national goals that have been set by countries for planting by 2030 or 2050. And the examples showed the good headway that was being made in the different countries to meet this. Many shared about community engagement initiatives to encourage citizen tree planting, including national tree planting days that are set aside to ensure broader participation. Similar to the other breakout group, we heard a lot about the IPLC involvement in restoration initiatives and the importance of leveraging traditional knowledge. We had examples of how green job generation is a potential co-benefit of reforestation and restoration efforts. And we also heard about the multiple benefits of afforestation and reforestation efforts, which enhance synergies with combating biodiversity loss, combating food insecurity, and improving livelihoods. As my co-chair mentioned, it is hard to do justice to the richness of the conversations in less than 3 minutes, but we do know that there are many, many more very incredible insights that were provided that we will do our best to capture when we prepare the report of this session. Over to you, Gal. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And I'm going to report back to you about the discussion in breakout group 2, which is for sustainable forest management. And our breakout group brought together rich insights from countries across regions, highlighting practical experiences and actionable solutions for sustainable forest management. We were pleased to have Minister Marco Tulio from Brazil and Dr. Rafaela Flash from the Stockholm Environmental Institute as our icebreaker, who help us set the stage for the thoughtful and engaging discussion. Around 14 countries and 3 organizations or constituencies shared best practices in person or virtually. And in addition, the mirror boards captured 15 inputs from 8 countries, providing further examples in sustainable forest management. There are various experiences shared with us, for example, with regard to the policy and the strategy implementation. Some shared the updated forest strategy, which links climate protection, biodiversity conservation. Some shared their comprehensive strategy for enabling community forest governance, combining policy, technical support, and financial tools. Some also shared their national sustainable forest management strategy. For the area of community engagement and the indigenous knowledge, some shared their innovative public-private partnership supporting community enterprises. Some pointed out integration of extra knowledge into forest management and reforestation efforts. Some also shared traditional knowledge system into formal forest governance structure and also landscape restoration through community engagement and international support. On the policy and technology tools used for sustainable forest management, participants shared with us the comprehensive approach to assess and map forest resources through GIS technology, and also the certification program that ensures sustainability and accountability, including use of wood in green construction. The importance of the inclusive, locally led project design and integrating forest conservation with food security, agroforestry, and value chain development. Also shared with us the importance of the forest inventory and monitoring system. For breakout group 4, the maximizing of synergy between forest-related climate action, biodiversity conservation, and efforts to combat desertification, we have brought together valuable contributions from around 13 countries and 4 organizations or constituencies, shared both in person and virtually. After the icebreaking share from Dr. Judith Walcott from the UNEP, whose insights sparked as thoughtful and engaging discussion. And we also received 4 messages on the mirror boards from Spain, from several countries. Participants highlighted 6 successful examples of a wide range of best practices and key approaches to maximization of the synergy between forest-related climate action, biodiversity, and also the effort to combat desertification. For example, to develop the integrated forest strategy that strengthens transparency, maximize synergy, and incorporate nature-based and climate-smart solution. To recognize the multifunctionality of the forests with effort to integrate diverse standards and develop joint planning process involving stakeholders at multiple levels. To acknowledge the crucial role of the biodiversity in maintaining forest ecosystem integrity and aligning efforts with biodiversity targets, as well as subnational priorities to enhance effectiveness, sustainability, resilience, and regional responsiveness, and also establishing carbon credit systems that are beginning to deliver co-benefits for biodiversity. As Angela also mentioned, that this is not an exhaustive summary, and we will try our best to capture all those key points in our formal written report. Thank you so much for listening. And as said, we would like now to open the floor for you to make any further views regarding to this breakout groups of yesterday, and also share your key takeaways with all of us. Thank you. The floor is now open. And colleagues, if there's not the intervention at this moment, we will propose to move to breakout groups. And after two rounds of breakout groups, we will do another round of report back. And there you can still have opportunity to comment on maybe the full picture of all those breakout groups. If that's fine with everyone, then we propose to move to breakout groups.
Okay, so in preparation for the breakout group, we're going to move into two breakout groups, which are focusing on approaches to enable means of implementation for actions and solutions in the forestry sector, particularly to implement Article 5 of the Paris Agreement. Similar to the breakout groups that we had yesterday, the discussions will build on the themes and issues highlighted during the scene-setting session through the presentations and panels that you heard yesterday. I think just to recall a couple of the things that were highlighted in the means of implementation panel that followed the scene setters, I think we heard that implementing Article 5 is not just about ambition, but also about co-creating to ensure that finance, technology, governance work in a concerted way. We also had heard about indigenous people as stewards and business partners, and their leadership and rights must be integrated into solutions. And we also heard that we can't overlook enabling work, the enabling work such as data systems, institutional capacity, the building of trust and partnerships, which are critical for determining the success of initiatives. These were some of the messages we heard yesterday. I'm sure we will have an opportunity to delve in a lot deeper as we go into the conversations. We're expecting participants to share various approaches to enable the means of implementation with a view to exploring key aspects of mitigation action in the forest sector. Under this area of discussion, there are 4 subtopics drawn from the scene-setting presentations and panel discussions. So we'll break into these 4 groups over the course of the day. Each group will discuss one of the 4 subtopics. 2 will take place in parallel. And the first 2 groups that we're working with this morning is expanding access to forest finance, public and private options, including market and non-market approaches, and that group will meet in this room. And the second one will focus on the subtopic of enabling policy environments for implementation, and that will meet in room 2. So you will have the opportunity to join the room of your choice, and of course we encourage to try and have some equal distribution between the rooms. The second round of breakouts will start at around 11:15, and again there will be 2 groups, one on the role of indigenous people and local governments, local communities in forest stewardship, and the second one on data technology or capacity building efforts to unlock mitigation potential. As indicated yesterday, we have suggested this format to maximize the opportunity and time for exchanges under each subtopic. So we'd like to request you to kindly try to ensure that there's equal distribution across the rooms. My co-chair and I will facilitate the discussion in each group based on the guiding questions, and rest assured we will listen carefully and report back to the discussion. In the report back again, we will give you all another opportunity to contribute to the topic that you may not have joined in the breakouts. For virtual participants, as my co-chair just elaborated a few minutes ago, we will continue using the mirror boards to help capture the virtual input, and we'll share more of that in the breakout groups. We will project this at the end so that we are not distracting the flow of the conversation. And I think the Secretariat will be sharing the new mirror board link for those who may want to follow it themselves on their devices during the meeting. In the breakouts, we encourage all participants to engage in a conversation and dialogue with one another. Rather than providing written statements, and of course you're free to provide the written statement, your prepared statements, we encourage you to also respond to views that are shared to also avoid repetition. The outcome of this work program rests on your active participation, and we're looking forward to the focused exchange of views, information, and ideas with you. And with that, we will now move to the breakout groups and resume in a couple of minutes. Thank you. So breakout group 1 will remain here, and those who want to participate in the conversation on enabling environments, that will be in room 2 with my co-chair, Gao. Okay, so I think we'll get started. I just want to check that there's quorum in the other room. Okay, well, thank you for joining this breakout group. So this is the expanding access to forest finance, public and private options, including market and non-market approaches. So again, just a logistical note to our virtual participants. If you want to request the floor, please enter the name of the party or organization you represent, followed by your full name in the format party or organization, and of course your name. And then once you're given the floor, please unmute yourself, but otherwise just please remain on mute so that we don't have any background noise. I've already spoken about the mirror board, so you are aware of that. Feel free to ask any questions or put any questions you may have within the chat, and we will respond to you. Okay, to get us started, the guiding question we have for this group is, what financing models or approaches have effectively supported forest sector implementation in your context? What challenges exist in accessing public and private finance for climate action in the forest sector? To get us started, we have 3 icebreakers. We have Dr. Sandra Guzman from GFLAC, who will be kicking us off. We will also have 2 other icebreaker interventions from Mr. Sergio Chavez from Bolivia. And again, please, I apologize if I mispronounce anybody's name. It's not intentional. And Ms. Rebecca Lima from GFAN. So we'll start with you, Sandra.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. Hi, colleagues. Great to see you all. Well, first of all, I would like to share some of the experiences that we have been having in Latin America in terms of what type of financial mechanisms are going to help us to implement forest actions in the ground. And I would like to emphasize that Latin America has 23% of the forests of the world. Nevertheless, we have a financial gap of around $432 billion to be able to invest in the conservation and in the protection of our forests. I would like to emphasize some of the critical mechanisms that we have been using at the local level, but also I will emphasize for sure the challenges that we have been facing in this regard. The first mechanism that we have been implementing, of course, is the payment for environmental services. Countries such as Mexico, Costa Rica have been using this mechanism to not only protect different forests or different type of forests, but also to really create jobs around the protection of forests. Nevertheless, one of the critical challenges in the payment for environmental services is related to the availability of these resources and also about the scalability of these resources. The second element is public and private partnerships. And you may be hearing a lot about these blended finance mechanisms as an opportunity to increase resources around forests. Of course, there are important mechanisms. You have been talking a lot about the Amazon Fund, which has been a very effective mechanism to mobilize more private and public resources. Also, recently, the IDB has been promoting more the Amazonia Forever program that has been also investing around $80 million in the protection of the forest in the Amazon. And this is an initiative that has been promoting also bioeconomy as one of the ways to go from extractivism to the bioeconomy at the local level. One of the problems is the sharing, the benefit sharing. How can we ensure that these mechanisms not only stay at the governmental level, but also go in the ground, in the local communities to access to these resources? Of course, there are other mechanisms such as carbon markets and REDD+, and REDD+ has been a mechanism implemented in Latin America. For instance, Guatemala has been using these to protect around 1.2 million of hectares, as well as generating jobs around this mechanism. But the critical point, and I'm sure you have been experiencing this in your countries, is the verification. How to ensure that we are monitoring, reporting, and verifying the reduction of emissions to be able to ensure that these mechanisms are actually impactful and efficient. There are other initiatives such as 20+20, which is precisely an initiative that has been mobilizing $2 billion to restore 50 million of hectares, creating around 30,000 of employments in Peru and Colombia. And of course, this is extremely important. However, the big issue in Latin America is who are the owners of the ground, of the land? How can you ensure that the people that live in the ground are actually the ones benefiting of these initiatives? And of course, in a moment when we as developing countries have been living in an indebtedness problem, recently, there is a growing debate about the use of debt for nature swaps as an opportunity to rethink. Instead of paying these debts in international mechanisms such as the World Bank and the IMF, how can we use these resources to really invest in the protection of nature? Countries such as Ecuador and Belize has been already accessing to these debt for nature swaps to protect particularly marine ecosystems, and actually are creating a new opportunity for the financial mechanisms. However, the critical concern is the governance. How to ensure that who are involved in these mechanisms are really the ones that have to be participating, and how to ensure that the communities are also part of the mechanism. Generally speaking, some of the critical challenges, of course, is transparency in the use of these resources, the monitoring system to ensure that these investments are actually reducing deforestation, that are actually creating jobs to protect nature, and really ensure the participation of different entities. We have been talking along these days about the important role of indigenous communities. However, the amount of funds that are available for indigenous communities are very limited. Actually, only a few mechanisms have certain type of access mechanisms, but the rest of the mechanisms have extremely difficult schemes to access to these resources. So we are talking here about the role of indigenous communities, but we are not generating the mechanisms to help them to access effectively and directly. Finally, I think we need to redefine the term of risk. We have been talking a lot about risk in the financial sector, and it's impossible that we are investing more tracked resources. For instance, in Latin America, we receive 20 times more income for extractive activities than from sustainable forest and climate finance. So we are receiving more money to cut our trees than to protect them. And this is a mechanism that we have to really transform if we really want to be effective in the way that we do things. So rethinking or redefining risk, it's extremely important in the financial sector to increase and to maximize the financial resources to support the work, of course, and the protection of our forests and the people that protect the forest. And this is critical because in a region like Latin America, where our forest protectors are in risk, are in danger, it's important to give them the chance to have employments to really defend their livelihoods. I will leave it here. I'm very, very happy to have a conversation with all of you. Thank you so much, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Sandra, for that comprehensive overview. Our second icebreaker is Mr. Sergio Chavez from Bolivia. Are you in the room? Great.
Hello. Thank you. Good morning. Sergio Boules, that's the pronunciation. Thank you. I'm from Bolivia. I will start. However, we see that the implementation, and we have to consider that there are these disagreements within governments regarding how the country should be participate in the area of climate financing. The current situation about establishing Bolivia has a trustworthy and that will create credible condition and action that reduce the trend of deforestation and degradation, which has caused so much damage in recent years. Bolivia seeks to motivate the international community to support a country that has clearly demonstrated its willingness to develop a new regulatory framework and means for local population to access positive incentives for the conservation of the Amazon. In Bolivia, since the 2023 administration, the result-based payment approach has been implemented in the forest of the Charagua Autonomous Indigenous Government, Santa Cruz Department, making the first mitigation action in Bolivia seeking funding. As a result on this project and taking the 2019-2022 period as a baseline, through various joint actions by the Charagua indigenous people, municipal governments, NGOs, and civil society, the forest was preserved and fires prevented in Charagua, reducing emissions by approximately 10 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent across 5 million hectares. Besides the implementation of the national safeguard system and the benefit sharing mechanisms, as we think that is a challenge. We are currently engaging with all levels of government and indigenous people, holding various workshops and platforms for constructive discussion to ensure respect for indigenous rights, to build and approve that benefit sharing system by consensus, free, prior, and informed consent. To achieve these goals, Bolivia needs that support, resource, and technical assistance of the international community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sergio. And now I'll just invite our last icebreaker, Rebecca Lima from GFANS. Is it not on? Okay. Just one. Okay. Thanks, Anton.
Perfect. Hi, I'm Rebecca Lima. I'm Latin American and Caribbean Director for GFANS. GFANS is an independent organization that works with private finance institutions to mobilize capital to enable transition in emerging markets. We have two main work streams, one on exploring opportunities as solution, and another one on capacity and engagement. And under the first one of the experience that I'd like to share with you is our work supporting the Brazilian government on the development of the country platform, the Brazilian investment platform. Under this platform, we not only engage with the private finance to mobilize capital, but also support the identification of projects, including forest projects that will support the government on achieving its climate goals. And the platform was launched last year, and since then we have had a few experience working on innovative solutions towards those projects, including blended finance, de-risking mechanisms, and carbon credits. And so far, with the projects that we have on the platform within the forest sector, we have been able to identify a few challenges, mostly concentrated on market, operational, finance, and regulation challenges. More specifically, we have seen that the forest projects within the platform that face completion risk, land tenure risk from the more operational perspective, FX exposure, especially we're thinking of market approaches, and lack of guarantees and lack of takeoff agreements that will somehow give the investors a sense of security so they can successfully invest on those projects. Another initiative that we have been working on is called Nature Investment Lab that try to close the finance gap to nature-based solutions, engaging with several stakeholders, including FIs, policy, and communities, and NGOs. And we have also identified three main challenges to which we have created different task force to deal with. The first one is on policy and regulation, and especially for dealing with the market-based approach. Carbon markets has been one of the main things we have been discussing, but also how to make the governmental initiatives to drive capital to those projects to be more inclusive, especially from the social environment elements. Innovative transactions, so we already know what's out there in the market, but how can we foster and identify innovative transactions that can eventually be mainstreamed? And third, in terms of trying to mainstream these transactions, something that I have been discussing a lot is transition cost. So we know the forest projects that require a certain level of customization when you think from the finance architecture design of this mechanism, but also if we're looking to scale up these mechanisms, we need to have a certain standardized set of criteria, KPIs, and even contracts, so the financial institutions can more quickly and with at a bigger scale get these projects up and running.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for that. Now we're done with our three icebreakers, and of course we've now heard about the challenges and the opportunities around mobilizing finance for forest protection, not least with regards to the incentives to try and drive capital towards this, the questions around benefit sharing, the questions around the risk to capital markets, and the last point that Rebecca raised around scale. Yesterday, when we were closing the session, we had one intervention that I had punted over today from civil society. So I will open the floor by having civil society intervene first, and then we move on to the list of presentations and interventions from the rest of you.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Alexandre. I represent here Climate Action Network, which is a global network of more than 1,500 civil society organizations in over 130 countries, which is following UNFCCC since the beginning, COP 1, 2, 3, until now. So we have a lot of expertise on that. So we have it's important to address here the gap of predictable long-term incentives for the conservation of forests, especially with high ecosystem integrity such as primary old growth forests and forest recovery of long and log near natural forests, as they are not eligible for REDD+ carbon flux focus finance. We are good examples here. I would like to highlight them. One is the Tropical Forest Forever facility, which have the potential to help fill this gap to forest finance, and of course mobilize forest finance at scale and support tropical forest countries to implement policies and programs. Of course, it needs to design and guidelines for investments, allocations, and of course, monitoring, reporting need to be robust, clear, and transparent. Of course, we would like to highlight also some initiative from multilateral funds like JEF that also could support and stimulate finance for primary forest conservation. At the end, but not last, we'd like to highlight the cooperative non-market approaches under Article 6.8 of the Paris Agreement. And we have good examples there that could be done there, and considering the synergies between the conventions. So at the end, we'd like to highlight that forests play a critical role in any credible pathway to limit global warming to 1.5. But forests cannot compensate for delayed emissions from delayed emissions reductions in other sectors. Unlike fossil fuel emissions reductions, forest-based carbon sequestration is reversible and acknowledged to lack equivalence with GHG emission reductions. We know that this dialogue should ensure that forests are part of a broader science-based mitigation framework, rather than a substitute for urgent emissions reductions from high-emitting sectors. It must also protect against forward market mechanisms that prioritize offsets over real emissions reductions in fossil fuel emissions as a means to channel finance for forest protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I've just received a note from my co-chair in the other room. Somehow, I guess policy and enabling environments doesn't seem to be very exciting. There are not many people there, so I just wanted to encourage if some of you may want to join that conversation. I think it's really important that we balance out the discussion between the financing instruments and the context within which they operate. So if we have any teams here that have more than one participant, please, we're begging your indulgence to also join the conversation in the other room. I will continue with the list before me, and the next is Brazil.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Fernanda Garavini. I'm working at BNDES, the Brazilian Development Bank, and I'm the head of the Amazon Fund. About the models for financing, I'd like to highlight something that was very important for us in the Amazon Fund for us to get longer in our projects. That was since 2011, we at the Amazon Fund established the strategy of financing projects using agglutinating institutions. Why this? Because many of the projects in field, they don't have the requirements to have the resource from the Amazon Fund, but they have partners who could have this financial and make all the monitoring and fulfill all our requirements. So these institutions executed the resources to support these sub-projects, which could hardly access resources in the fund in its beginning. And after more than 10 years today, many of these smaller institutions, because of this first support, now they can have their own projects with the Amazon Fund. Yet, this is still a very important strategy. Today we have like 120 projects, and we get to more than 600 institutions all over the Amazon region, including small entities for indigenous and traditional people. And the role of these executing entities, it was fundamental to make our capillarity of our investment, and it's very important that today some of the smaller ones, they became the agglutinating themselves. We've supported last year a project called Dabukuri. It's made with COIAB, that's the main institution representing the indigenous people in the Amazon region. Yesterday it was mentioned a PIB, and COIAB is a part of a PIB that take care, that represent the indigenous from the Amazon region. And we have a project with SESI and COIAB, and because of this project, just last year, we could support projects for 29 indigenous institutions all over the Amazon region. With like this, we can scale and have we can have capillarity in our role, and the people who takes care of the project, the resource goes straight to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that example. I would now like to call the representative of the Local Governments and Municipal Authorities constituency.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. My name is Ursula Kasperek, and I speak on behalf of the Local Governments and Municipal Authorities constituency. Our constituency collated some of the responses to the questions in this breakout session. So we believe that innovative financing models are crucial to implement forest solutions, and local authorities around the world have been tapping into the mix of public and private funds. So we've heard in the icebreakers about payments for ecosystem services, so I just want to highlight that cities have been effectively using those to fund forest conservation. Cities in global north, like New York City, they have been using that mechanism already, and we can provide more detail in a written submission. The other mechanism I wanted to highlight are green bonds. We are seeing that inspired by Forest Resilience Bond, Sao Paulo state in Brazil is exploring the municipal green bonds for watershed restoration using carbon credits as partial revenue streams. So that's another example we really wanted to highlight. And in terms of the challenges, the second question, I think some of those that our constituency identified are lack of private sector investment and interest in the project. So we hear that those projects really struggle to attract private investors due to perceptions of high risk and relatively lower returns. So again, similarly to the icebreaker, we are hearing that the risk perception needs to change. And it's very much unlike the solar or wind energy farms where that risk perception has changed over the years. The other challenge is lack of available data that allows for business models. So the lack of data really prevents the municipalities from quantifying the benefits of the forest projects, and we are really looking at how we can improve that. And the final 2 points on the challenges is lack of the enabling framework for open, participatory, and transparent processes that allow public and private investment. And we really are experiencing this lack of flow from the finance, and there are many bottlenecks between the sort of the national and then subnational and then local flow of finance. So anything that we can do to support unlocking those barriers would be very beneficial. And then final point is around different systems of carbon accounting standards. That has also been reported across our constituency as something that local authorities have been really struggling with. They're already constrained on capacity, and really understanding those different accounting standards has been a challenge. So we will submit further responses in writing, but those are just some highlights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for very clearly outlining the responses to the questions. We now have the Dominican Republic. China.
Hello, my name is Pamela Bro from the National Council of Climate Change in the Dominican Republic, and I will answer both of these questions. First of all, the Dominican Republic has a combination of different financial instruments that supported this forest sector implementation. One of them is grants from the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, and technical assistance from the RED Plus program. As well, we are part of the CCAD and GSE program, enabled the development of the National RED Plus strategy and its transition from readiness to implementation. The country has also started to explore additional mechanisms such as payment for ecosystem services, emerging carbon market initiatives, and is beginning to assess opportunities for risk-sharing instruments, equity participation, and debt alleviation for climate-aligned investments. To improve the coordination and the transparency of climate and financial flows, the Dominican Republic already has developed a climate financial impact tool, and this was a joint effort between the Ministry of Economy and the National Council of Climate Change. This tool allows tracking the allocation and impact of climate finance, including forest-related investments, aligned with the national climate goals and the sustainable development goals as well. Although we have a lot of challenges, including the fragmented information about financing opportunities, limited access to private capital, and lack of tailored financial instruments for forest activities. Additionally, we are working on building institutional capacity and ensuring inclusive benefit sharing systems, because these are critical for long-term effectiveness. We believe that a strategic combination of grants, concessional loans, carbon revenues, but also risk mitigation tools will be essential for the mobilization of both public and private finance for sustainable forest management. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I now have the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform, LCIPP. Is the LCIPP representative in the room?
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'm actually speaking on behalf of the Indigenous organization. Thank you to the first speaker, for the icebreaker, for emphasizing the critical role of Indigenous people as the custodian of the forests and many other landscape, and sustaining the ecosystems that are critical for climate resilience. And despite proven our contribution for conservation and carbon sequestration, we have continued to face systemic barriers in accessing, especially in the climate finance, and many of us, indigenous-led funding mechanisms are set up across the world, and it's been reported that only less than 1% of the global climate finance has reached the indigenous communities, and coming from Asia, we have the smallest portion of that very limited support. So in response to that, the movement, indigenous people have set up what we call ourselves the Indigenous People of Asia Solidarity Fund, to prove that how critically underfunded indigenous peoples are on the ground. And we actually did a baseline study last year, cutting across 13 countries and 433 indigenous organizations, and to look at what are the challenges in accessing to the funds. And one of them is restrictive donor requirements, very, very complex reporting and compliance burdens. We have very limited access to, direct access to funds, and it forced the indigenous organizations to rely on intermediaries. Also, we face government-imposed barriers, including very restrictive laws and banking infrastructure gaps. But despite that, indigenous peoples on the ground continue to mobilize our local resources, continue to defend their land rights and implement the climate solutions, and with very minimal external support. So here we'd like to say that, we'd like to emphasize that we are protecting the forest not just as how we live there, we are protecting it for all of us living on this earth. So we are not, when we, for example, from my community, when we do a ritual for soil and earth rejuvenation, we don't rejuvenate our backyard, rejuvenate the whole earth. It's for everybody and living beings on earth. So that's how important our role, and it's inclusive of everyone and all the living on earth. So I would like to emphasize that. So even with very limited fundings that we already have, you can imagine how much more indigenous people can do in terms of mitigating the climate crisis that we are facing now. So we just want to emphasize some recommendations that to support the direct funding mechanism, to also for the governments to remove some of the structural barriers that prevent indigenous-led organizations from accessing to the funds, and of course recognition of indigenous rights. And lastly, in terms of long-term investment, we really hope that our donors and financial partners will commit to more flexible, sustained, long-term core and general support for indigenous organizations. Thank you, Co-Chair.
No, thank you very much for that intervention. I now have Palau, the representative from Palau.
Good morning. My name is Espen Ronneberg. I'm a senior advisor with the Secretariat of the Pacific Community here as a technical advisor with Palau. Just a few points from the Pacific region. So yesterday we heard a lot about great initiatives in different regions, but it seems that these are all really targeted at larger developing countries. And my question is, how can we scale these initiatives to the size of SIDS? Because we believe that that would make it easier to scale for remote communities in those larger developing countries as well. Also, we've heard some concrete suggestions, but unfortunately some of them would not be viable for Pacific small island developing states. The example of debt for nature. So given the specifics of debt profiles in the Pacific, where many of the lenders are not willing to or legally allowed to enter into such agreements, that becomes an obstacle for us. However, trust funds and green-blue bonds have been successfully pursued by some of our members in the region. But I also like to bring up the overall approach that the region is pursuing in this field, which is more targeted on food systems rather than tackling the various issues of deforestation and food security and so forth in silos, but looking at it as a comprehensive and integrated holistic approach, and looking at it from the perspective of food systems. But there are still major financing challenges, and because of our small size, we're also facing higher per unit costs, for example, for MRV, than other countries are. So I'll be very interested to hear what the discussions on technology options in the next breakout group. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Espen, for that. And I think you've also raised a question which I hope one of the other countries may be able to lend some insight based on their experiences in terms of how can some of these solutions be targeted to the context of smaller countries. Next on my list is Singapore.
Hi, good morning. Yep. So from Singapore's perspective, we welcome the focus of the global dialogue sessions, focusing on identifying the best practices and challenges on action solutions in the forest sector, particularly Article 5 of the Paris Agreement. By enabling the trade of emissions reductions from forestry, such as REDD+ activities, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement can also increase land use and nature-based carbon sinks, decrease deforestation, and promote afforestation and reforestation. By integrating REDD+ into Article 6 carbon markets, countries can also scale up high-integrity forest carbon credits, creating broader market demand and more predictable finance for forest protection. Singapore has been signaling demand for high-quality carbon credits through carbon credit agreements with countries like Ghana, PNG, Chile, Rwanda, Bhutan, and Peru. We are also the first country to issue a request for proposal to procure Article 6 aligned carbon credits from nature-based solutions. We hope that these efforts can serve as a pathfinder for governments to procure such credits under the Paris Agreement and to help build trust in the nature-based carbon market. We are also funding research led by our National University of Singapore to improve the credibility and effectiveness of nature-based carbon projects in Southeast Asia by developing region-specific methodologies for carbon estimation and monitoring. Yeah. Relatedly, while we've heard a fair bit about strategies for enabling the restoration of forests, we also see the need to unlock carbon crediting for high-forested, low deforestation countries. Despite their high percentage of forest cover, such countries are increasingly vulnerable to deforestation in the face of economic pressures, population growth, and land use changes. These challenges require active and ongoing interventions, such as forest management by indigenous people and local communities, or implementation of nation or jurisdiction-wide REDD+ strategies. Having historically low deforestation rates, such countries also find it challenging to generate credits or to demonstrate additionality compared to other results-based payments. It would be useful for technical discussions to strengthen international awareness of the challenges faced by such countries and to identify solutions to enable these countries to receive financing for HFLD credits within the voluntary and also the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And finally, I just want to talk a bit about other innovative financing solutions. We've heard of Brazil's initiative on the Tropical Forest Forever Fund. We think that's a very innovative approach. There are also forest and biodiversity bonds that have been increasingly being developed by investors. And this will not just help climate targets, but also maintain and improve biodiversity. Taking reference from yesterday's breakout group 4 on the synergies between the forest-related climate action, biodiversity conservation, and to combat desertification, we believe that there is scope to identify new financing instruments that straddle these nature domains. As such, COP30 should also explore how to enable further coordination between the UNFCCC, the UNCBD, and the UNCCD to facilitate greater synergies in enabling healthy, sustainable, and climate-resilient forests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Singapore. I had Mexico on the list, but they heeded the call to go to the other room, so they will put their intervention on the mirror board. We'll come to it at the end of this session. Next I have is Colombia.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for giving me the floor. My name is Ana Maria Rivera from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. To address the guiding question, I believe it's essential to start by recognizing the vital role of forests, not only for their potential to sequester carbon, but also for their irreplaceable ecosystem services, their function as reservoirs of biodiversity, and their contribution to resilience in the face of climate change. In Colombia, we have adopted a holistic view of forests as ecosystems that go far beyond their role in carbon mitigation. From this perspective, Colombia has mobilized significant resources through international mechanisms such as REDD+ and results-based payment schemes. For example, we have spatially disaggregated our forest reference emission level to estimate the maximum mitigation potential for private REDD+ projects. At the same time, we have developed implementation plans for programs like Biocarbono and Visión Amazonía, with the aim of harmonizing our national forest inventories with initiatives in the voluntary carbon market. In parallel, we are updating our greenhouse accounting standards and finalizing a comprehensive REDD+ safeguards framework to ensure environmental integrity and social equity in all interventions within the forest sector. In addition, through the Green Climate Fund, Colombia has received support for implementing our national strategy for reducing deforestation and forest management and REDD+. These funds have been used to finance projects focused on forest governance and indigenous people participation, as well as of local communities in both mitigation and adaptation efforts. One of the most significant milestones for Colombia has been the launch of the Colombia MRV 2030 Strategic Vision project, funded by the Global Environmental Facility. This project has significantly strengthened our technical capacity to monitor, report, and verify greenhouse gas emission and removals in alignment with the Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. During CBD COP16 in Cali, we presented our first national report on forest restoration monitoring. This report used remote sensing technologies to assess effectiveness of restoration actions and support our national commitments in biodiversity and climate resilience. However, despite all the progress, is still an issue for Colombia access to finance for high and very high resolution remote sensing data, because the currently international cooperation partnership that we had in force ended by January this year. I want to emphasize that without international cooperation and sustained financing, efforts to protect and restore forests cannot be maintained over time. Therefore, my country strongly emphasizes the need to develop innovative financial solutions that address the critical situation of vulnerable countries and current challenges, to mobilize resources from all existing sources, and to call for support of progresses that enable direct financing for indigenous people, as well as for local communities. Only if communities and peoples can generate sustainable and legal livelihoods through models such as ecotourism, agroforestry systems, or the responsible use of non-timber forest products we will be able to align conservation with development and achieve long-term protections of our forests. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Colombia. I'll move to the virtual participants now, and we have Canada, to Talha Sadiq.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for allowing me to intervene and giving me the floor. My name is Talha Sadiq. I work for the Canadian Forest Service. I wanted to quickly highlight an innovative approach in terms of accessing public and private finance for climate action in the forest sector, and wanted to take this opportunity to highlight the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership work. So some of you may be familiar, but the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership was established at UNFCCC COP27 as a tool for parties to facilitate partnerships and action that will help them achieve their commitments to the Glasgow Declaration on Forests and Land Use. The FCLP has 6 action areas, and it really aims to reverse global forest loss and deliver sustainable development by working on each of these action areas. And I would like to highlight Action Area 2, which responds to the guiding question here, and focuses on mobilizing public and donor finance to support implementation. So under Action Area 2, the FCLP has launched multiple country packages working with countries in the Global South and Global North to mobilize private finance and public financing for delivery of integrated approaches to halt and reverse forest loss and land degradation. Canada has supported Ghana's country package with a $2.5 million climate finance grant through our Global Affairs Canada's Emerging Priorities Fund to support sustainable cocoa value chains. I would like to end off with a question I have for some of my fellow colleagues and panelists before. Yesterday, we talked about nature bonds, and even today, and we discussed biodiversity credits. I was wondering if we would be able to shed some light on how can expanding access to forest finance through a lot of these different approaches, market and non-based market approaches, and specifically convergence of voluntary and compliance-based carbon markets, as well as the inclusion of adaptation and wildfire mitigation schemes, lead to development of innovative instruments like the ones I mentioned earlier, such as nature bonds and biodiversity credits. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Canada. Next on my list is China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Fan Xing from China, the National Center for Climate Change and International Cooperation. The main entities for the forest finance in China has been the central government, local government at all levels, and the state-owned forestry enterprises. In addition to the governmental credit laws organized and coordinated by the government and provided by the China Development Bank to forestry small and medium-sized enterprises and forestry. In recent years, with the development of China's forest carbon trading market, the use of forest rights and revenue rights regarding the China certified emission reduction CCER in the forest carbon sink, as collateral for the laws has provided the financial support for forestry management entities, further enriched the green and low carbon financial product system, and promoted the ecology value conservation of forestry carbon sinks. We issue the green bonds, especially for the financing environment protection projects, and the funds raised are mainly used to support green projects such as the forestry carbon sinks, renewable energy conservation, and emission reduction. Green bonds usually have the long-term, which are suitable for the long-term investors and can provide the stable financial support for carbon sink projects. improve the activity of the environmental equity trading market, and reduce the financial cost. Based on the features of the financial structure in forest, we urge the developed countries to provide public finance to, as part of the $300 billion as we achieved last year in Baku. Currently, China has a Chinese forestry project faces the four main challenges regarding the finance. The first is the forestry investment has a high risks and comparatively low benefits, and the forestry industry chain and supply chains are not very stable and competitive. Secondly is the data collection and analysis. The collection and analysis of this data are difficult and to obtain, and it requires advanced technical means and the professional talents to support. The third issue is the imperfect trading mechanism, because it is still on the very starting phase for the development of this trading market. So the trading mechanism and the price formation mechanism still have the potential space to be improved. The fourth one is the financial credit products cannot fully meet the needs of the forest production, including the short low term, and the low interest is comparatively high. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Fan. And now we go to Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I'll give a broad overview of the African continent in terms of the models and approaches that have worked and the challenges that the continent is currently facing. Africa has done well in implementing the Great Green Wall, where it has brought different partnerships, including the World Bank, the Africa Development Bank. It has established a Great Green Wall accelerator with the support of the French Development Agency, and there are different partners that have supported the implementation of the Great Green Wall, which spans over 8,000 kilometers of reforestation and afforestation initiatives in the Sahel region. What has also been done is the financing is structured in different formats, including international financing as well as national financing from the different 11 participating African countries. Then in the Southern African region, there has been an initiative to support the Miyombo woodlands, which is one of the drylands initiative, and currently it has mobilized $153 million spanning across different countries such as Mozambique, South Africa, Zimbabwe, to enhance Miyombo woodlands management, and it seeks to mobilize additional financing up to about $500 million, and it includes also a span of different financing instruments, including grants. There is also lessons from the Congo Basin, where we have 6 participating countries, and my colleague from Gabon is here to share some of the experiences in terms of the benefits of the tropical forests and how they are mobilizing $100 million to support an ongoing initiative to maintain the tropical forests in their region. Gabon has also been a beneficiary of the Debt for Nature Swap initiative, which we also shared yesterday, and my colleague Zeta can also share their experiences in that regard, but also taking note input from our colleague where they said not every country is eligible for Debt for Nature swaps, and the other limitation is also the will. It's more like a willing buyer, willing seller type of approach. So even if other African countries may want to participate in the Debt for Nature swaps, they may not then find a type of financing available to allow them to be eligible to participate in that type of financing initiative. So I think there is need for more willingness from developed countries and other financing entities to put more resources into the Debt for Nature swaps type of instruments. Then in terms of the carbon markets, as already shared yesterday by Roslyn, Africa has benefited in the carbon market space largely through the RED Plus initiatives. But what we also see and realize is that the carbon prices still remain low. And I think my colleague from China has already highlighted that. So there's need to really look at the carbon pricing so that it can be relevant for the people of Africa, especially the communities who are the custodians and the managers of this forest. And the aspect of sustainable development becomes very critical so that the communities also benefit from the forest that they are managing. So it should not just be a burden of taking care of the forest, but it should also bring a sense of livelihoods and income generating initiatives. We also have financing from private sector in the form of implementing their sustainable development strategies, as well as their corporate social responsibility strategies, where they implement different forestry initiatives as part of going net zero or as part of going carbon neutral in terms of their entities or companies' sustainability initiatives. Then we also have the Green Environmental Facility that has really supported small grants, especially for communities in forestry management. And we want to call the establishment of small grants as well to be considered even in the Green Climate Fund so that communities can also access financing, being cognizant that the multilateral processes to access financing still remain very difficult even for accredited entities. So we believe that the small grants can be tailored in a way that communities can access them and also allow for the scale and the replicability of best practices, especially when you look at value addition within the forestry sector. Then there's also the results-based payments, which have also worked in the forestry sector as in East Africa, so which is something that we can replicate. In relation to the challenges that exist in accessing public and private sector financing, you realize that the African continent, most of the countries are already highly indebted and they operate in very limited budgets. So most of the financing tends to be prioritized in the health, education, and other basic requirements that a country needs to provide. So when it comes to the forestry sector, especially for public finance, it still remains really under funded. So that's a huge challenge. It then burdens the communities to take care of the forests, and because of the underfunding, the rate of deterioration and depletion of the forest is very, very high. Then the other component is then the actual processes to access climate financing. Climate financing processes still remain cumbersome. Whilst there has been a call to ensure direct access, there is need for enhanced capacity building of national entities to be able to go through the accreditation, and then also even the capacity to write quality projects that can be funded, especially when it comes to impact measurement, because when you look at forestry management, it's a very long-term type of process. So in terms of structuring indicators and key performance indicators and outcomes, it's very difficult. So there's a lot of capacity building that needs to exist, and the need for patient financing. So there's need for more grant financing and subsequently at a very minimal scale, concessional financing for commercialized value addition processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. And now we have the UK. I'll just point out that we have 10 minutes left in the session. May be able to extend it by another 5, which means taking part of your coffee break. But just be mindful of the time. And I have about 10 interventions to come. UK.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Good morning, colleagues. UK welcomes this discussion and would like to share a few reflections based on our experience supporting forest sector implementation through a range of financing models, both internationally and at home. The UK recognises that no single source of finance will be sufficient to meet the scale of investment needed to halt and reverse forest loss. We are therefore pursuing a blended approach, combining public, private, market and non-market mechanisms. Through our International Climate Finance, ICF, We support a range of instruments from bilateral grants and concessional loans to results-based payments and technical assistance. These include support for RED+, jurisdictional programs, and of course, high-integrity carbon markets. In the UK, we'd like to thank our Canadian colleagues for flagging the important work of the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership, which is also doing work in this respect. We are also investing in mobilizing private finance, helping to unlock the tremendous opportunities that exist in the transition to a sustainable forest-positive economy. UK initiatives here include the Mobilizing Finance for Forests and investments in forests and sustainable land use programs, which help to de-risk and stimulate private investment in the growth of sustainable green value chains and the sustainable forest bioeconomy. Madam Co-Chair, if you'll indulge me, I'll share a brief case study from one of these programs, Partnerships for Forests, which mobilizes private sector investment into sustainable agriculture, forest protection, and restoration. It does this by providing grant funding and technical assistance to incubate, scale, and replicate business models that deliver impact for people, climate, and nature. How does this work? Well, P4F supports public-private partnerships and sustainable business models in key forest risk commodity sectors. It helps de-risk early-stage ventures and improve the enabling environment for private investment. The program operates across Latin America, West Africa, East Africa, and Southeast Asia. In Colombia, Partnerships for Forests supported the development of sustainable cocoa and rubber supply chains, helping smallholders access premium markets and attracting private investment from buyers and financial institutions. In Indonesia, P4F helped catalyze investment in sustainable palm oil and agroforestry models, including through jurisdictional approaches that align public policy with private sector incentives. P4F has helped mobilize millions in private finance by demonstrating the commercial viability of sustainable land use models. It's also contributed to improved livelihoods, reduced deforestation, and enhanced biodiversity outcomes in priority landscapes. At home too, the UK has developed the Woodland Carbon Code, a government-backed voluntary carbon standard that enables landowners to generate verified carbon units from woodland creation. The code provides transparency and environmental integrity and has helped unlock private investment in nature-based solutions. It is now being expanded to include agroforestry and hedgerows and is a model for other nature markets under development. This complements public grant schemes and supports our broader goal of increasing woodland cover while delivering climate, biodiversity, and community benefits. In terms of challenges, Madam Co-Chair, access to finance remains uneven. Many forest countries, especially high forest, low deforestation countries, struggle to attract investment due to perceived risk, limited readiness, and lack of tailored instruments. There is a disconnect as well between climate and nature finance with fragmented governance and reporting frameworks. The UK is working to bridge this through initiatives like the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership. Tracking and transparency of forest finance also is critical, and we support efforts to improve data and accountability. And finally, the UK supports access to finance for IPLCs. We're supporting mechanisms that channel funding directly to Indigenous people and local communities, and working with partners to strengthen tenure security, build capacity, and ensure IPLCs are not just beneficiaries, but decision makers in climate and forest finance. Madam Co-Chair, we look forward to working with partners to scale up finance from all sources and ensure that finance reaches the ground, including and especially for IPLCs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, UK. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. In my intervention, I'd like to highlight the importance of the high integrity carbon credit market. So Japan created the scheme to gather private finance for climate change mitigation activities, including forest management, both domestically and internationally. And the first one is the J-Credit scheme, is a government-operated domestic carbon crediting scheme that certificate the verified amount of GHG emissions reduced and removals by sinks achieved through the implementation of validated projects. Three methodologies are in place of forest carbon removals, namely forest management, forest afforestation and reforestation for additional forest management activities. Through this scheme, credit purchasers can publicly demonstrate their contributions to sustainable forest management and ecosystem conservation. While forest managers can raise funds for further forest management through credit sales. And the growing need for removal credits to achieve net zero, or scaling up the generation of forest-based credits has been achieved in the last few years, with forest owners and managers coming to recognize the merits of the scheme. Since the launch of the scheme in 2013, a cumulative total of 1.4 million tons of CO2 units has been issued from projects under the forest methodologies. And the second one is JCM, also known as the Joint Crediting Mechanism. And Japan promoting the JCM project with 29 partner countries, which facilitates climate change mitigation projects, mainly in developing countries, utilizing Japan's public and private finance and technology. The JCM is an international carbon crediting scheme under Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. Japan has already created more than 250 projects with partner countries, including energy conservation, renewable energy installation of waste energy facilities, and also RED+. The RED+ JCM projects were conducted in Indonesia and Laos, which aims to prevent slash-and-burn agriculture and provide alternative farming and forest management techniques with local communities. As a result of these projects, around 100,000 of the amount of carbon credits were gained and shared between Japan and partner countries. So in conclusion, I'd like to point out the importance of high integrated carbon market scheme. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Japan. I'll move right on to the European Investment Bank.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and we are very honored to participate at this event and offer our reflections. So we are the European Investment Bank, the Bank of the European Union, and we've been financing projects in the forest sector for over 40 years. So we finance around 1.2 billion euros annually in the sector, which makes us one of the largest global financiers of this sector. We work both with national and regional governments, with local communities, with forest associations, with the private sector companies, and commercial banks and private equity funds. So we finance a very wide range of projects and actors in the sectors. And we operate both within the European Union and in all regions of the world. So we have projects in this sector very widely geographically as well. And we are very pleased to participate here today to take note of the comments and to further incorporate them in our work and in our financing. There are a few operations that I would like to highlight, really to highlight a few financing models that we have undertaken in the past to complement the interventions made by others already. So for example, we finance funds that are focused on biodiversity, land degradation, and forests. One of such examples is the Land Degradation Neutrality Fund, which brings together public and private investors and provides long-term financing and also technical assistance. Another example in the Latin American region is the Eco Enterprise Fund that is targeting pro-biodiversity businesses. We have also recently worked with the National Investment Bank of Côte d'Ivoire to support the cocoa sector in the country and to fight deforestation at the same time. In the public sector, we have, for example, financed with 700 million euros forest fire prevention and post-disaster recovery in Spain, and also financed with 100 million euros Morocco to finance national parks and watershed management. So these are some of the examples of the type of projects that we have done in the past, and I hope these examples are helpful. Our projects are really focusing on reducing land degradation and reversing the loss of biodiversity, as well as increasing the resilience of forests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I give the floor to the EU, I just want to say we have the EU, Spain, Indigenous People Organizations, Australia, Turkey, the LCIPP, Botswana, Gabon, Brazil, and the World Bank. So I'll close the list after the World Bank. We will keep going until about 11, which will leave us about 10 minutes for coffee.
Botswana is from...
Oh, sorry, but the Botswana representative will be speaking for the LCIPP. Okay, EU.
Thank you very much, German government, on behalf of the EU. And this is perfect timing to have just the European Investment Bank speaking just before me, and just allow me to give a couple of general reflections from the EU's perspective. I want to start with actually a thank you to these very, very good presentations and scene-setting interventions yesterday on the landscape of forest finance. I think they've been very, very insightful. On the one hand, all the very different instruments which are out there, and we see that there is no one-size-fits-all approach, as the representative from Colombia has rightly highlighted, and we need to tap into all of these options, as the colleague from the UK just pointed out. So yes, we need adequate financing in forest activities. We need better access to finance, and to do that, we of course also need to mobilize the private sector. I think this is a key message we want to point to this table here. So while there is a gap in forest finance, there's a lot ongoing already, as we have heard from many of the people and colleagues speaking here today. So we have the international funds, so the GCF, where we have forest-related projects. So in the initial develop, there's quite a lot been happening there. We really welcome that RED Plus is now integrated into their regular projects activity. We of course need to talk about carbon markets. I think for the EU, and we've been quite vocal on that one when we're discussing Article 6, Article 6.4, we really need to have very high standards in terms of environmental and social integrity. So if we have that, we can really unlock the potential of carbon markets, so this is very important. We see that with the voluntary carbon market, where there's quite some issues and credibility, so really we need to get sorted this out. And also in Article 6.4, we really need to align with those standards we have accomplished last year at COP29. We need ambitious NDCs and LTS, but we also need demand-side integrity, so this is very important for us as well. We have heard a lot about partnerships. We also like to kind of highlight the FCLP and the work underneath the SCLP on enhancing capacity for innovative finance instruments. I think this is a very, very important piece of work there as well. We also have the Global Forest Financing Facilitation Network under the UNFF, where we also have modalities to overcome challenges for forest finance, which we need to utilize. Just to finish this, in a world and in the context of generally coming pressure on budgets, on even ODA money, I think it's more than ever imperative to identify and develop and scale up innovative financing instruments and solutions, and considering really all sources of finance, public and private. And I can only allude to the colleague from Singapore who has quite nicely set that out in what kind of areas we might want to think. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany, for the EU. And now I think of Spain.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you to Panama and the chairs for hosting this session. I would like to present a public initiative that is promoted by the Ministry of the Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge of Spain. This is the Register of Carbon Footprint Offsetting and CO2 Removal. This is a public and voluntary initiative that links organizations that want to reduce their carbon footprint with forestry projects in Spain. And the main objective is to move private financing for this project. And this organization is based in national regulation emanating from the law on climate change and energy transition. It has three main features: calculation, reduction, and offsetting. On one side, organizations that want to join need to calculate and verify the carbon footprint in the scope of 1, 2, and 3, and optionally the 3, and establish a reduction plan. This tool can be used for several types of organizations, enterprises, public sector, among others, because it could be used for anyone. It establishes the obligation of calculating the carbon footprint for enterprises that has a minimum size or as well a minimum requirement of legal obligations and information of reporting, and of institutions of the public sector such as ministries. Those organizations additionally have to elaborate a reduction plan of their carbon footprint. On the other side, agroforestry carbon sink project in Spain with a minimum of 1 hectare and a forest management plan can register and calculate their CO2 sequestration. Then, the main objective is to put in contact both organizations, those who want to reduce their carbon footprint and those agroforestry projects that contribute to reforestation and are searching for private financing. The organization that want to offset the remaining carbon footprint after implementing the reduction plan can reach an agreement with carbon sink projects and register and pay for their removals. So the public recognition is made to the different steps with 3 seals: calculate, reduce, and offset. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Spain, for that example. Now we have the Indigenous Peoples Organization.
Hello, my name is Emil Siringwalinga from Ecuador. I'm speaking on behalf of the Indigenous Peoples Organization. So I'm going to share some reflections on the issue of public and private finance. As we have seen in this room, there is a growing recognition on the need to ensure access to indigenous peoples to climate finance, but it's not reaching indigenous peoples. And indigenous peoples are still often excluded from decision-making and leading to violations of their rights. Indigenous peoples represent 6% of the world's population. It's estimated that indigenous peoples control 25% or over 25% of the world's terrestrial areas. But out of climate official development assistance, it's estimated that just 0.13% is benefiting indigenous peoples organizations. This is in public finance, but in private finance, we face similar issues. In philanthropy, it's estimated that just 0.6% is benefiting indigenous peoples. So, and also in the private sector, such as in voluntary carbon markets, there's issues such as lack of transparency, lack of benefit sharing, and lack of free, prior, and informed consent. So we face similar issues across those public and private spheres that need to be addressed. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples recognize indigenous peoples' right to participate in decision-making, as well as to receive technical and financial assistance. So this needs to be incorporated into the mitigation work program, as well as any national mitigation policies or plans. Also, there's increasingly an attention to the role of the private sector, but here we also need to be careful, because it can also lead to perverse incentives that lead to negative impacts for indigenous peoples. But also it's important to ensure that there's democratic, inclusive participation in decision-making. And this is where often the private sector does not enable this participation of indigenous peoples. Also, there's a need to not just talk about access to finance, if we talk about mitigation, but also to stop financing harmful activities. Across the world, it's estimated that 65% of indigenous territories are threatened by industrial or extractive activities. So there's also a need to reform and redirect subsidies away from those harmful subsidies that damage indigenous peoples' territories, and rather to benefit. And lastly, I want to emphasize the need for safeguards, especially to free, prior, and informed consent, as well as the benefit sharing for indigenous peoples that should be ensured in all mitigation programs that affect indigenous peoples, but not just projects that affect only indigenous peoples, but also in projects that affect a range of different groups. So any project that affects indigenous territories must ensure free, prior, and informed consent, as well as benefit sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Turkey.
Thank you, Co-Chair. My name is Ebru Uzun from the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change of Turkey. I want to tell about financing models supporting the forestry sector in Turkey. In Turkey, financing models that support the implementation of the forestry sector include both public and private sources. Under the public financing, the Orköy program carried out through the General Directorate of Forestry provides financial and technical support to forest villagers in areas such as beekeeping, livestock farming, and renewable energy, thereby promoting sustainable forestry. In terms of market-based approach, Turkey is integrated into voluntary carbon markets and developing carbon certification systems. Within this framework, the Climate Resilient Forest Project, IDOP, has strengthened the MRV infrastructure. The national emissions trading system and mandatory carbon markets will be defined under the forthcoming climate law, for which the infrastructure has already been established but not enacted. Additionally, international cooperation and funding sources like GEF and FAO supported projects are utilized for promote forest restoration and nature-based solutions. And I want to tell about the challenges in accessing finance for climate action in the forestry sector. There are several case challenges in accessing public and private climate finance for climate action in Turkey's forestry sector. Limited access to carbon markets and the still developing national certification systems act as barriers to private sector investment. The technical capacity in infrastructure requirements of MRV systems pose challenges, especially for small-scale projects seeking finance. Lack of local capacity and insufficient financial literacy levels in rural areas hinder the sustainability of projects and limit investments' effectiveness. Finally, the fragmented and limited nature of climate finance sources make it difficult to ensure continuous support for long-term restoration projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Turkey. Now we have Australia.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick. Just maybe some general points to start off with. Public finance certainly plays a very important role in solutions for the forest sector, both domestic and international public finance. But as others have said, we know that there are scalability issues here, so it is important for other sources of finance to be part of the solution, including private sector finance. But there are challenges there too, which have been raised by others in the room. The private sector can be quite risk adverse and generally will look for a return on investment, and that can prove challenges for some forest protection restoration programs. And this is where some of the solutions like blended finance, de-risking facilities, and other innovative sources of finance can play a really important role. High integrity carbon markets can also be important to incentivise sustainable forest management and forest protection. I've given some specific examples from Australia's context on this already, but I'll just highlight one that I haven't raised yet, which is the nature repair market in Australia, which is a new voluntary market which seeks to increase incentives for private sector investment in nature protection through the issuance of biodiversity credits. I also just want to react to interesting points made on the importance of community benefit sharing. I think Sandra raised that at the start as well. I think this is a really, really important aspect of finance, and I think when initiatives or programs are designed from the outset to cover both environmental and socio-economic benefits, that can really go a long way to help embedding community benefit sharing principles into projects from the start. So to give an example from Australia, the Climate Resilient by Nature program is an Australian government initiative in partnership with WWF Australia that supports projects that work directly with communities to restore and protect critical ecosystems, build sustainable livelihoods, and increase climate resilience. And one of the key priorities of this project is to offer sustainable pathways for communities to improve their well-being. So it's really embedded into the program's key objectives. And this is linked to the concept of nature-based solutions, which are holistic in their approach. It covers both environment and climate benefits, as well as delivering economic benefits for communities. So having people-centred solutions is really central. And the last point I'll make is that this approach, taking this holistic approach, is also very important for domestic programs in Australia, particularly around supporting Indigenous peoples to protect the environment and manage their traditional lands. But I won't go into detail on that because we've got a session coming up. So in the interest of time, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Australia. We will have more time to discuss in more depth the role of Indigenous people. And saying that, I do have Mr. Maurice Jobe from the Community Leader Network from Botswana.
Thank you, Co-Chair. The sustainable future of Southern Africa communities, vital forest ecosystems, depends on significantly expanding access to forest finance. These forests are not just trees, they are the foundation of countless community livelihoods. They face immense pressure, and our current financial mechanisms simply aren't enough. In SADC, where the Community Leaders Network works, Indigenous peoples and local communities are central to effective financing models. Community-based natural resource management, often supported by public funds and international grants, directly empowers IPLCs to manage and benefit from their forests, improving governance and reducing deforestation. The development of carbon credit markets, particularly through REDD+ programs, is an emerging market-based approach. Critically, these initiatives must ensure equitable benefit sharing with IPLCs, who are at the primary stewards of these carbon sinks. Additionally, payments for ecosystem services schemes, though less widespread, represent a non-market approach where beneficiaries compensate IPLCs for maintaining vital services. Community outgrower schemes in commercial forestry also integrate IPLCs into value chains, providing livelihoods and incentivizing forest protection. Despite these models, Co-Chair, significant challenges persist in accessing public and private finance for climate action in SADC's forest sector, particularly for IPLCs. Many SADC governments still under-prioritize forestry in national budgets, leading to inadequate domestic public finance that could directly support IPLC-led initiatives. Over-reliance on fluctuating donor funding creates instability for long-term IPLC-led projects. Private investors often perceive IPLC-led forest projects as high risk, lacking clear financial returns, and are deterred by a shortage of well-developed investment-ready project pipelines from these communities. Inconsistent policies, weak governance, and crucial unclear or insecure land tenure and resource rights for IPLCs significantly limit their ability to leverage as assets to finance and participate effectively in carbon markets. IPLCs often lack the technical expertise for complex project preparation, financial management, and navigating climate finance mechanisms like carbon markets, hindering their direct access to funds. In conclusion, addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort to build IPLC capacity, secure land rights, create enabling policy environments, de-risk investments, and foster innovative public-private partnerships that put IPLCs at the forefront. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much. Gabon.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I'll speak today on behalf of Gabon and in full alignment with the African Group, and also my colleague from Zimbabwe and Botswana. So, Madam Co-Chair, we meet at a very crucial time when Africa continues to carry the weight of climate finance paradox. So we have least responsible, we are the most affected, and the least financed. So nowhere is this injustice more visible than in the forest sector, and nowhere more urgent than in the Congo Basin. So in Gabon, for example, we have 88% of our national territory covered by natural forest. We are proud to be one of the most forested countries in the world, and thanks to environmental policy and low deforestation rate, which is around 0.1%, Gabon absorbs approximately 140 million tons of CO2 annually, nearly 5 times more than we emit. So we are net carbon sink. At a conservative carbon price of $20 to $30 per ton, this ecosystem service is worth between 2.8 and $4.2 billion per year to the global climate. And yet Gabon receives less than 5% of that value in climate finance. This is a real paradox. We protect what benefits the world, but we are asked to bear the cost alone, and to do so without compromising our development. So Gabon spends around millions of dollars every year from our domestic budget to maintain our forest cover. So we finance 13 national parks covering around 11% of our territory. We support anti-poaching brigades and forest patrol. We operate satellite forest monitoring system, and we invest in sustainable land use and planning. All of this is done without predictable, large-scale external support, while we also expect to meet our sustainable development goal. So provide education, energy, infrastructure, jobs under very tight fiscal space and indebtedness that is actually going really high. So we're expected to keep our forests alive while our people remain left behind, but we are not waiting to actually not finding the solution, we are acting. And I'd like to share here 3 financing models we've implemented in Gabon. So the first one is the result-based finance through CAFI. So in 2019, Gabon has signed a $150 million agreement with CAFI and Norway. So we became the first African country to receive result-based payment for verified reduction in deforestation. So this was not a pledge, it was a payment for performance. So based on the national data and independent verification. The second one is the one that was mentioned yesterday, I believe, by my colleague from the African Group, and today, the debt for nature swap, so which is mainly on the blue bond innovation that we did in 2023. So we refinanced $500 million of our sovereign debt and unlocked $163 million for coastal and ocean conservation. It was Africa's first sort of major debt for nature swap, but reducing debt pressure and funding long-term environmental action. We believe this innovative model is fully replicated in the forest sector, and we propose a green bond for forests as a next step as well. The last one is that Gabon has created a sovereign green finance platform called AGADEF. So we launched this year under the leadership of our president, His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, AGADEF, which is a Gabon new agency for the green economy. Its mandate is to mobilize climate finance, monetize sovereign carbon and biodiversity credit, and ensure full alignment with national development plan. So it is our sovereign answer to a global finance system that is too fragmented, too slow, and too extremely driven. We call on donor and institutional support such country-led direct access platform. However, our success remains the exception. The broader challenge remains. The public finance remains slow, procedural, and hard to access. Private finance is minimal due to the lack of guarantee and de-risking. The carbon market is still undervalued for the African forest, especially for high forested and low deforestation countries like Gabon, called HFLD. So let me also remind the Congo Basin Blue Fund, which is created by African head of state and supported by UNDP and AFDB, which has identified over 250 bankable projects, yet has received less than $10 million. So the mechanism exists in Africa, the project exists, but what's missing is the political and the global will to fund African at scale. So, Madam Co-Chair, I'll conclude by saying that as African and as Gabon, we're not really in this process to ask for charity, but we're offering a global climate solution. We are absorbing in Gabon 140 million tons of CO2 annually, stabilizing rainfall across Central Africa, and sheltering iconic biodiversity. But we cannot be expected to preserve the world carbon sink while sacrificing our development need. We need a global finance architecture that rewards forest preservation, not just restoration. Recognizing of HFLD's country as climate solution providers like Gabon, and fast, fair, and predictable access to fund that value standing for us as a global asset. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabon, for the comprehensive intervention. Brazil.
Thank you very much. I would like now to refer to a group in which we participate, Brazil. We are 19 tropical forest developing countries. It's called United for Our Forests. This group was launched at the Amazon Summit in Belém in August 2023. It now congregates 19 developing countries with tropical forests, covering well over 60% of all tropical forests in the world. So this group congregates all 8 Amazon countries, plus Guatemala, Mexico, Cuba, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Republic of the Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Ghana, Sri Lanka, Papua New Guinea, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Since Belém 2023, there has been a very important development, which was the consensual adoption last year at the 19th UN Forum on Forests of the commitment of all. It's a universal commitment now to halt and reverse deforestation and forest degradation by 2030. So this is no longer an issue. We have a multilateral consensus on what to do. The challenge which remains is precisely what we are discussing here, what the previous delegate of Gabon so well illustrated. It's the issue of finance. So within our group, we're discussing and we're almost finalizing a concept note which will soon circulate, in which we present a broad picture of all the solutions that we think are necessary for us to address this challenge and really live up to our commitment for 2030. Our understanding yet is, and I think that's what we've been hearing here in this room, is that there is no single solution. We need a basket of solutions. Most of the institutional architecture is already in place. What we really need is the appropriate volume of resources. There are a few missing aspects which we are trying to address, but essentially we think there are 8 main instruments to address the problem. So these are grants, GEF, GCF, but also bilateral grants. Credit means loans, bonds, green bonds, and so on. Debt alleviation, which has to do with that, with credit, but we think it should be addressed specifically, and in that sense, debt for nature swap, for instance. Ecuador, which is a member of our group, has recently announced a very successful agreement on debt for nature swap. Equities, that is investment on environmentally sustainable actions concerning forests. Risk sharing, as we know, in developing countries, risk is a high issue, is a very important issue, one that very often prevents investments from moving forward. Payment for environmental and ecosystem services. And in this case, that's where we should see the Tropical Forest Forever facility, which is this initiative that we are discussing together with several partners who are present here. We think this was really a gap in the institutional architecture, precisely what our colleague from Gabon was mentioning here. Countries who have large areas of forests, which don't face specific risk of deforestation, there's the perverse incentive that these countries get nothing for doing the right thing. In Brazil, this happens in some of the states of the Amazon who have very low deforestation rates. They get nothing for it because there's no risk of deforestation there, so nobody will invest in fighting deforestation. This needs to be addressed, and we think that the FFF is the right tool for that, and we look forward to having it operation as soon as possible, ideally by Belém. So continuing, results-based payments, of which the RED Plus regulatory framework is a very good example, and the carbon market in several dimensions, both jurisdictional and project-based, both voluntary and regulated. So to make a long story short, we really believe the challenge now, we know where we want to go, we know where we want to be in 2030. What is missing is finance, and we believe the solution is not a single thing, but really a complex basket of solutions, and we look forward to working together with everybody for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil, and I think you've captured, in essence, almost all the points that have been exemplified in the interventions. Our last speaker is Paolo Ridolfi from the World Bank. Paola.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you everyone for this great session. So since I'm in between you and the coffee break, let me just go very quickly. I'm very pleased to hear that we're all on the same page on priorities. I just want to make a couple of points. The World Bank Group, with the World Bank IFC on private sector and MIGA on guarantees, is the largest provider of financing for climate globally, including concessional financing for IDA. We are now allocating 45% of our total financing, which is $70 billion per year, about to reach 100 billion by the end of June. 45% of it, so that's 30 billion now, about to reach 45 billion, goes to climate financing. And this is in line with our commitment at COP28 in Dubai. And then in Baku at COP29, we further increased our commitment with all the other MDBs to reach 120 billion by 2030. And I just want to mention that this financing goes particularly to forestry, including to create the environment for the private sector to come in and invest, also payment for environment and ecosystem services to be set up, and the use of carbon markets to be introduced, leveraging natural resources. In this context, we also finance Amazonia Viva, which is an initiative that is parallel to Amazonia Forever of the IDB, which was mentioned earlier. And in this context, we work across the whole legal Amazon, including leveraging over $1 million in private sector. And we have several interventions, financing, capacity building in the different Amazon countries. So we look forward to continuing the conversation. My colleague Erwin Denise yesterday spoke about the importance of forestry management and landscape, and I'll be here also on the NDCs connecting very much with the mitigation agenda. Looking forward to continuing to work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. And I know we'll have also an opportunity when we discuss the IFE tomorrow to hear a little bit more from the World Bank. Later in the afternoon. It feels like one long day. Thank you all very much. This was super interesting, very, very rich presentations. I know since we are really pressed for time, I should be projecting the mirror board, but what I'll do is we'll project it during the summary so that you have some minutes to go and get your coffee, and then we will resume with the next group at 11:35. So 11:35, we'll resume with the next breakout group, and then all the interventions, and we've got some really great ones on the mirror board, we will share this with you when we're summarizing, when we're doing the report back from the different groups. Thank you once again. Okay, we're going to get started in 1 more minute. Do we know if the... Okay, so welcome back from the break. I hope you all managed to grab a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. So we're going to now dive into the next breakout group. Once again, for our virtual participants, please request the floor by entering your name, the name of your organization or your party, in the format of your party, organization, and then your name. Once you're given the floor, please unmute. Otherwise, please remain on mute during the duration of the meeting. We also have the mirror boards. As I said at the end of the last session, we will share it at the end of the session, time allowing. Otherwise, we will share it as we do the wrap-up of this particular breakout group. So we encourage the virtual participants, to the extent possible, to use the mirror board to share their best practices. And we hope that this session will be as productive and inspiring as the previous one. So the guiding question for this group is, from your experience, how can implementation frameworks reflect and incorporate diverse cultural values and knowledge systems into the collective stewardship of forests? So how can we incorporate the diverse cultural values and knowledge systems into the collective stewardship of forests? To help get this conversation started, we're pleased to have an icebreaker in the room. This is a colleague who's going to offer some brief reflections. We have Victor Sulianziga Bagat. Again, apologies if I do not pronounce your name right, from the Udege people from Russia. He's representing the indigenous people from the UN Indigenous Sociocultural Region of Central and Eastern Europe, the Russian Federation, Central Asia, and the Transcaucasia. Okay, so Victor, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. My name is Victor Sulenziga Bagat. I'm an indigenous youth activist. I will just share a story of my people, and I will be very brief. I don't want to take much time from my brothers and sisters to share the knowledge and best practices. So I am Udege. Udege people live in the far east of Russia. And Udege people are very small numbered indigenous peoples. The number of Udege people does not exceed 1,700. And I will just share a story of how the population dropped. It happened just like 4 or 5 decades ago. And it happened, so there were 8 groups of Udege people that lived in the forest by the river. And 4 of those groups disappeared. And I have to say that there was no direct physical violence against them. And the reason they disappeared is quite simple. It's deforestation. So after the forest was cut, Udege people moved either to big cities and got assimilated with the majority of the population, or some of them moved to other Udege villages. And what I'm trying to say is that, well, forest is not a subject for investment, for sustainable development, or a tool to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. Forest is life. And it is source of food, of our culture, and spirituality. Forest is is a reason for our survival, and survival not just indigenous peoples, but non-indigenous peoples as well. And I just wanted to like countries to acknowledge the stewardship of indigenous peoples, of the sustainable management of forests, and the importance of the self-management or the co-management of the forest, because indigenous peoples did it for the millennia. And well, that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor, and I think that is very compelling in making us understand the existential value of forests, not just for your community, but for the world at large. So thank you very much for those insights. I'd like to now open the floor for interventions and your perspectives in response to the question we've put forward. Okay, I see the European Union.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Yesterday, we already heard a lot about the important role of the local communities and indigenous peoples in stewardship of the forest. And just now, also, we heard a testimony out the mouth of a representative of indigenous peoples. Yesterday, there was also the intervention from Grace as a member of the facilitative working group of the local communities and indigenous peoples platform under this process. And we think, as the EU, that this is an important space to make the voice of indigenous peoples and local communities heard in this process. And we really support this platform. We must use the knowledge, the experience, and the leadership of small-scale farmers, women, indigenous peoples, and local communities. This goes hand in hand with the need to advance gender equality, empowerment of women, girls, and the need to respect, promote, and fulfill human rights, which are essential for sustainable and inclusive climate action. In this context, the European Union wishes to stress the importance of the UN DRIP, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The UN DRIP affirms the right of indigenous peoples to their land, their territories, and their resources, and the right to free, prior, and informed consents for any projects that affects their land and resources. And we think that's very important that parties adhere to these principles, as the European Union does as well. The IPCC affirms the important role of indigenous and traditional knowledge as valuable complements for scientific knowledge, and structures that support the cooperation between scientific research and holders of traditional knowledge enable better evaluation of impacts of climate change to better design climate policies. I would share now a short video of the chair of the Sami Climate Council of Finland, and this council was exactly created with this objective. Thank you.
Respected climate policy actors, Purepäivi puhkae. Good day for everybody. I'm Clementti Näkkärijärvi, chair of Sami Climate Council from North Finland, Enola. I was asked to give a short presentation of the council and its works. Sami culture and livelihoods are naturally bound, and climate changes has affected the lives of Sami since the end of 20th century. The Sami Climate Council was established because there is not enough knowledge on how climate change and adaptation measures affect Sami culture and status of Sami as indigenous people. Another reason is to ensure participatory rights of the Sami. It was based on the proposal of research project called Sami Adaptations to Climate Change and supported by Sami stakeholders and traditional knowledge holders. Sami Climate Council is one of 5 scientific panels of Finland. It's independent and established under Climate Act. The government of Finland appoints the council. Its main task is to produce database on climate change and its effects on Sami culture. This knowledge will be used in drafting climate action and policies. The aim of the council is to have a real impact on the climate policy and action. The council is funded by the state, but it has only limited resources. We are still looking for the best working methods and ways to co-produce knowledge with the holders of traditional knowledge. In the work of the Council, academic knowledge and Sami traditional knowledge are equal. But the challenge is how different worldviews, practices and knowledge systems can be interlinked in the work of the Council. In our first research project, the Pre-Sami 2 project has one of the main research questions based on observation of the holders of Sami traditional knowledge. We have seen the holders of Sami traditional knowledge have vast, even scientific knowledge on their living environment and on the environmental changes. This knowledge is valuable if we want to understand the culture-wide effects of climate change. This is why Sami Climate Council is very important, both nationally and even globally. One of the identified challenges is whether the Council can meet the expectations. Can the Climate Council truly influence climate policy, or will it be just another organ giving statements? This depends on many things. Will be central message and database produced by Sami Climate Council be implemented in climate policy or not? Council has made its first proposals. Now it's up to the decision maker to show what is the real significance of the Council and its proposals. Sami Climate Council could be a model for a new way to improve. Thank you very much for interest. Olu kiihtuu.
Thank you very much, EU, and thank you for sharing with us those insights from the Sami Council. Next on my list is a virtual intervention from Canada, from Chris Henschel.
Hello, thank you very much to the co-chairs. Canada's 2030 nature strategy recognizes that there is no path to achieving our 2030 targets without the expertise and leadership of our 3 distinct Indigenous peoples in Canada: First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis Nation. And the transformative change must center bold, Indigenous-led measures. Increased and strengthened partnerships with Indigenous peoples are an opportunity to halt and reverse biodiversity loss in Canada, to advance reconciliation, to increase economic participation, to improve quality of life, and support the intergenerational transfer of knowledge. Canada established a very interesting program in 2017 called the Federal Indigenous Guardians Program. And this program uses individualized approaches that are co-designed, co-developed, and co-delivered with First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis Nation to establish Indigenous-led governance. In 2022, the First Nations National Guardians Network was launched as a national nonprofit, Indigenous-led central platform to support First Nations Guardians initiatives. This network is the first Indigenous-led national stewardship network in the world and is centered on First Nations knowledge, values, and perspectives. Indigenous Guardians monitor ecological health, maintain cultural sites, and protect sensitive areas and species. They promote social and community well-being through connections to the land and water, culture, language, intergenerational knowledge sharing, as well as through the development and maintenance of sustainable economies. The Indigenous Guardians Secretariat is also delivering funding for Indigenous-led natural climate solutions, collaboratively with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partners. In both our general natural climate solutions funding stream and our Indigenous-led natural climate solutions funding stream, we have seen great interest and innovative ideas from Indigenous peoples in Canada who are demonstrating leadership and asserting their rights as caretakers over traditional lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. Next, I do have the civil society representative.
Thank you, Chair. I'm representing the Climate Action Network, which is a global network of more than 1,900 civil society organizations in over 130 countries. And here in our intervention, we really want to echo and strengthen the very important voices that we heard from several Indigenous representatives in this conversation. So evidence conclusively shows that Indigenous peoples and local communities, including other traditional communities, with recognized tenure and management rights, are extraordinarily effective forest protectors and manage some of the world's largest carbon stocks and biodiversity hotspots in the world. Yet they receive only a small fraction of the funding for climate and biodiversity protection, and their lands and rights are increasingly under threat. There's a lot of overlap between primary forests and areas requiring conservation attention and the collective land holdings of Indigenous peoples and local communities and other traditional communities. So opportunities to involve these communities directly in management should be pursued. Mitigation solutions through forest management should prioritize community-based natural resource management, including smallholder-led agroecology, silvopastoralism, and agroforestry in lands, indigenous lands, and local community managed lands under formal protection to better provide territorial governance. This dialogue also offers an opportunity to discuss how countries, multilateral development banks, climate finance institutions, and donors can ensure that these Indigenous peoples and local communities and their tenure and forest management are part of their development aid, and find better ways to channel direct support where possible, or through partnerships with organizations that work in close collaboration with these communities. Multiple challenges and channels, and networks of Indigenous peoples federations exist where funding is needed and that could be invited to the dialogue beyond those that we've already seen here. Human rights and inclusivity must be cornerstones of all forest-based climate action. Policies, action, and investment must be informed by human rights, including Indigenous peoples' rights and the free, prior, and informed consent, gender equality, and be responsive to the needs of the most vulnerable communities. On format, the mitigation work program should invite the UNFCCC constituted bodies to share their experience working on integrating forests in their work. Besides the local communities and Indigenous peoples platforms we heard are here and sharing their valuable experiences, also the technology executive community, the standing community in finance, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, the adaptation community, and others, encouraging these constituted bodies to take note of the work of this dialogue in their work. It would also be important for the dialogue to provide input to the Bakultu Belém roadmap for the 1.3 trillion to note the importance of the direct finance to the Indigenous peoples and local communities. Lastly, the mitigation work program must prioritize Indigenous peoples and local communities' land tenure and forest management, considering protecting and providing their lands as key mitigation and adaptation solutions, and providing their land rights and ensure solutions follow the human rights-based approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more responses? Australia.
Thank you. Incorporating the expertise, experience and aspirations of Indigenous peoples into land stewardship in Australia is a priority for the government, and that includes but is not limited to forest ecosystems. And this recognises that Indigenous knowledge is critical to living sustainably in Australia, with over 65,000 years of knowledge held by First Nations people as the custodians of Australia's land and natural resources. Across all government policies and programs, it is critical that traditional knowledge is used with permission and respect of Indigenous cultural and intellectual property, and the principle of free, prior and informed consent is crucial. So I'll give some examples from Australia now. Native title is a legal system in Australia that recognises the traditional rights and interests to land and waters of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. Native title is not granted by the government. It is a recognition under Australian common law of pre-existing rights and interests according to traditional laws and customs. Under the Native Title Act of 1993, native title claimants can make an application to the Federal Court of Australia to have their native title recognised by law. And there are examples where government supports native title representative bodies and native title service providers to assist claimants and holders. Another example is the development of strategies for Indigenous engagement and policy development, which can help set a framework for action based on deep consultation with Indigenous peoples across the country. And the best practice for these strategies is that they are co-designed with Indigenous peoples. If done right, they can ensure that Indigenous peoples' voices, priorities and perspectives have been incorporated into policy development from the outset. For some specific examples from Australia, the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water has a First Nations strategy to set clear direction in how Indigenous knowledge, experiences and priorities are incorporated into our policy portfolio, as well as the program and regulatory work, and to create a culturally supportive environment for First Nations employees. And this strategy is also designed to align with the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, which is a national framework designed to overcome the entrenched inequality faced by too many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in Australia. We also have a range of policies and programs to support Indigenous stewardship in forests and other ecosystems. The Indigenous Protected Areas program supports First Nations people to lead land management work on their traditional land, and the land management activities are delivered by Indigenous Rangers through the Indigenous Rangers program. And I'll go into more detail on both of these programs during the Regional Experiences session later on. And the last example I'll highlight is the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance, made up of Indigenous organisations such as Aboriginal land councils, native title bodies and community organisations. In partnership with the Australian Government, the Alliance works to co-design and consider improvements to policies, law and administration to protect Indigenous heritage areas. And just with a final point, I think it's been really great to hear from so many Indigenous people from different countries today. I think it's really great to have those perspectives incorporated into the dialogue, and hope next time to have Australian Indigenous people here as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Australia. Brazil.
Thank you very much. We think this issue is of the highest importance, and that's the thinking of the Brazilian COP30 presidency. So the COP presidency has created 4 circles, which are collective bodies meant to exchange information between key stakeholders and the presidency. So we have the circle of the presidents from Paris to Baku all the former COP presidents meet on a regular basis with the Brazilian COP president to exchange information and help us find the right way to lead this process. We also have the Circle of the Ethical Stocktake, which is a joint initiative of President Lula and UN Secretary General Guterres. And the circle itself is led by the Brazilian Environment Minister, Marina Silva. We also have the Finance Circle, which is led by our Finance Minister together with his counterparts from all over the world. And their main task is to flesh out this notion of 1.3 trillion that was agreed in Baku. As you probably know, in the framework of the Baku to Belém roadmap, the two presidencies, COP29 and COP30, are tasked with producing a report on trying to detail what this idea is. So on our side, we are congregating leaders in that respect, and then we'll sit down with our counterparts from Azerbaijan to together draft this report. So this will be a great input, but I'm going too long on that. What I came here to say is that the fourth such circle is the Circle of the Peoples. So the Circle of the Peoples is our main venue to exchange information, to hear and to convey our messages to both indigenous peoples and traditional and local communities. So within that framework, and this is led by our Minister for Indigenous Peoples, Sonia Guajajara, and she recently launched the International Indigenous Commission, which is part of the Circle of the Peoples. She launched it in Brazil last April in the main meeting of indigenous peoples in Brazil, which we have every year. And we had there also several representatives from indigenous peoples from all over the world, including the former co-chair of the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. And then I accompanied her to New York for the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, where she had the first meeting of the International Indigenous Commission. So this initiative is already going on. Tomorrow, as a matter of fact, we'll have another video conference with the International Indigenous Commission to continue this process of preparation for COP30, hearing the expectations, the views, and the demands of indigenous peoples, and conveying it directly to COP30 presidency. I'd also like to make some final comments on the reality in Brazil and how indigenous peoples contribute in a very important way to both climate change mitigation and adaptation in Brazil. So indigenous lands in Brazil, they make up half of all protected areas in Brazil. So that is more than 1 million square kilometers of indigenous land. They are the best preserved areas in Brazil, better preserved, in fact, than areas which are simply set apart for environmental conservation. So they give a very important contribution for climate change mitigation in that respect. But it's also remarkable how important indigenous people's cultures are for climate change adaptation. So for instance, in agriculture, they have precious knowledge and precious cultivars, which are very useful. So just to give one example, cassava, in other places it's called yuca or manioc. Well, it's very important all over Brazil, but we non-indigenous, we usually reproduce that in a non-sexual process, whereas the indigenous peoples, they let the plant flower, and so there's an incredible amount of diversity. Therefore, this is precious resources, genetic resources for adapting to any change in climate. Just in the northwestern corner of Brazil, there are over 30 varieties of cassava because they allow the plants to flower and to have sexual reproduction. And this is just one example. There's a whole gamut of very important agricultural varieties which they have and which are being carefully studied and are a precious resource to strengthen our resilience and our capacity to adapt to climate change. So in many respects, indigenous peoples are a central part of COP30. we're expecting to have the largest participation of indigenous peoples and local communities representatives of any COP, and we look forward to working together to all of you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's good to note that we will have an opportunity to hopefully close the loop on a lot of the things we're talking about in the context also of the People's Circle. Colombia.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for giving me the floor again. I would like to share with you one of the experiences of Colombia in terms of integrating indigenous people's knowledge and participation in the initiatives against deforestation. The REM Colombia Visión Amazonía program is an initiative of the government of Colombia, financially supported by the governments of Norway, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Its goal is to build a long-term development vision for the Colombian Amazon by promoting forest protection strategies and the sustainable use of natural resources, while empowering local communities and generating low deforestation productive and development alternatives. The REM Vision Amazonia program implements the stock and flow approach, creating incentives for activities that reduce emissions associated with deforestation, referred to as flow, while primary target actions addressing the direct causes of deforestation. At the same time, the approach includes activities aimed at protecting existing forests, referred to as stock, by offering incentives that benefit local communities for conserving the forests. In this program, the indigenous people have a pillar in its implementation. This pillar promotes indigenous environmental governance with respect for traditional practices, ensuring cultural diversity and the preservation of forests within their territories. The indigenous pillar is based on the direct participation of indigenous peoples. It focuses on a strengthening system of governance, traditional knowledge, and the management and use of forests, aiming to increase the platform and capacities for dialogue between indigenous peoples and the state. The objective is to promote shared commitment and responsibility in making decisions that reduce, mitigate, and prevent deforestation and degradation in the Amazon rainforest. The Indigenous Pillars Work Plan was developed through a participatory progress involving 13 regional workshops, complemented by a review of existing indigenous life plans and safeguard plans. In August 2017, the first call for proposal under the Indigenous Pillar was closed. It approved 10 projects, which were evaluated through the monitoring and support platform and are currently in the implementation phase. The initiatives are preferably submitted by association of traditional indigenous authorities or by zonal organizations. These organizations can independently establish alliances with institutions or NGOs for project implementation. We want to highlight that the Indigenous Pillar has a thematic line on gender, aiming to strengthening and empowering Indigenous women to make visible their contributions and resolving specific issues related to participation, governments, and improvement of their livelihoods and differentiated development. So in terms of the challenges that this program has faced, one of them is the difficulty to foster more fluid and effective interaction with indigenous organizations that often face limitation in administrative capacity. These challenges begin with basic issues such as communication barriers, language differences, and logistical difficulties in sending and receiving information. Another significant challenge lies in the gap between the institutional framework, governed by national laws, regulation, and administrative procedures, and the traditional governance systems of indigenous communities. Many indigenous organizations struggle with accounting and administrative requirements. The procedures established within the grant framework are often complex and demanding. While some organizations have developed the necessary capabilities, others are still in the process of building them. To address these challenges, in 2022, indigenous leaders from across the Colombian Amazon convened under the Amazon Regional Roundtable to evaluate the program's progress. Although difficulties persist, there is still much to improve. Efforts are ongoing to strengthen the program so it can continue to support and empower indigenous territories in the Colombian Amazon. To finalize, Colombia is proud to host the bi-regional gathering for the Americas and the Caribbean under the Baku Work Plan of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform. The date is yet to be confirmed as we are in ongoing internal coordinations. However, we take great pride in the election of Dr. Lena Estrada, the Minister of Environment of Colombia, to the facilitative working group of the platform, which is significant for our country and the GRULAC region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. Mexico.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Well, I'm representing here the Mexico federal government through the National Forestry Commission, and this commission promotes sustainable forest development through programs and public policies, and its main goal is to develop, support, and promote productive, protective, conservation, and restoration forestry activities, as well as to participate in the formulation of plans and programs. The Commission provides assistance to owners of forest ecosystems, offering resources for community forest management, ecosystem protection, biodiversity conservation, and restoration of degraded areas. And even if we work and support indigenous peoples and local communities, we have a big gap since with public money, we cannot support people without land tenure, meaning that we cannot support women and youth. Thus, with the support with the World Bank, we have designed the Gender and Inclusion Strategy as a tool of integral vision in the forestry sector. The goal of this strategy is to increase the active participation of women, youth, indigenous peoples, and other marginalized groups in the forest sector. The guiding principles of this strategy are human rights, intersectionality, inclusion, and non-discrimination. And the lines of action are capacity building for inclusion and well-being, equity in sustainable forestry development, inclusive governance, culture of peace and life without violence, and institutional culture. Now we're in the process to develop alliances in order to give the first steps on the implementation of the strategy, which includes a special program with budget to be able to support projects for women, youth, and other marginalized groups without land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mexico. Panama.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I will going to present two experiences from Panama. The Community Forest Management Project Inipeti en Verá, this is an indigenous people in Panama, has demonstrated that investment in technical training and institutional support for indigenous peoples and local communities can lead to effective forest management and sustainable income generation. The Panamanian experience evidence that the most successful approach include legal recognition of indigenous land rights, integration of traditional knowledge into forest management practice, capacity building at the local level for resources management and monitoring, development of accessible finance mechanism for communities, promotion of dialogue platform among the government communities and the private sector, knowledge exchange among technical expert indigenous knowledge holders and government officials. This approach has contributed to creating a more conducive environment for sustainable investment in Panama forestry sector. An additional example is the Cuna Dule Nation in Panama, whose management practice constitute effective strategy for mitigating deforestation and addressing the underlying cause of forest loss. The name of this system is NAINO in the Kuna language, which combines the planting of useful trees with diversified crops within agroforestry system, promotes biodiversity conservation and the sustainable management of soil prone to erosion. Crop rotation and natural regeneration methods, such as forest association in secondary forests, facilitate ecological recovery and productive sustainable without reliance on indiscriminate logging. Furthermore, community-based participatory management plans strengthen forest ecosystem conservation through sustainable resource use and biodiversity protection. Based on this example, we consider it essential to promote the development of a knowledge exchange platform that functions as articulation mechanism to promote and safeguard the cultural values and traditional knowledge of indigenous people and local communities. This platform will facilitate the systematic integration of this value into national mitigation indicator, strengthening participatory intercultural approach based on ancestral knowledge for the assessment and reporting of climate action and conservation efforts. The last point is the listed perspectives on forests help indigenous people allow for the development of methodological tools and approach what supporting intercultural work, grounded in solutions derived from nature, oriented toward the sustainable conservation and management of ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Panama, Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much. Zimbabwe would like to share its experiences on cultural values and knowledge systems which can be considered in terms of improving environmental stewardship for forestry management. Zimbabwe works closely with traditional chiefs, and this is legislated, which helps to ensure that chiefs become the foot soldiers and policy persons on the ground to work with the communities in the forestry management. In terms of indigenous peoples, Zimbabwe does not significantly have indigenous peoples, but we have local communities and marginalized groups such as the San. So we have tried to create a model of inclusion where we also appreciate their needs and also to not to disturb their cultural values. And some of the forests that have been sustainable managed are those that have cultural communities still living in the forest because they have this notion that their grandfathers or the ancestors will be angry if they disturb the forest. So based on those cultural values, we begin to see a lot of sustainable forestry management, biodiversity enhancement, and it has been a very effective working strategy because it's building on cultural values. And then in terms of the knowledge systems, we have indigenous knowledge systems, which we are also trying to embed into the school curriculums as part of supporting indigenous knowledge systems in the forestry management spaces as well. Effort has also been done in the current carbon markets framework, which Zimbabwe has developed. It indicates that 20% of the process should be channeled to local communities and ensure that they also effectively participate in co-creating projects and they also have a voice. So there has been an improved environmental integrity component in the new carbon markets framework that Zimbabwe has developed, and it's one of the first registries that have been linked to the blockchain in terms of our carbon registry development. So it's really to emphasize on the issues of transparency, creating premium carbon markets, ensuring environmental integrity, and also ensuring that the communities are also effectively consulted and they participate in the management and stewardship of forestry resources. And then in terms of communities, also on the knowledge systems as well, we begin to see evidence where the corporate social responsibility aspect also comes in handy in terms of building capacities for communities to sustainably manage their forests, and evidence on gender inclusion and youth management in the forestry sector has also been visible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. Now we have Maria Jose Andrade from the Indigenous Peoples Organization, Ecuador.
Hello, everybody. First, I would like to ask to everyone here, what did you feel when our relative presented his testimony at the beginning of this session? Because it seems like we are getting used to listen to stories of indigenous peoples who are suffering because of the loss of their lands and therefore their forests. That's the reason why I would like to point out that collective stewardship of forests means and includes autonomous governance of indigenous peoples over their territories. From our perspective, implementation frameworks often fall short when it comes to truly reflecting our cultural values and knowledge systems in the stewardship of forests. To move beyond token inclusion, we need a fundamental shift in how these frameworks are designed, executed, and evaluated. Indigenous knowledge systems must be recognized not as complementary to Western science, but as equally valid and necessary epistemologies. Our ways of knowing, rooted in generations of observation, spiritual connection, and lived experience, offer deep insights into sustainable forest governance. Frameworks must create space for the systems to guide both policy design and practical decision-making. Any implementation framework that ignores territorial governance fails from outset. Indigenous peoples are not just stakeholders, we are right holders. Our customary laws, governance structures, and community protocols must be embedded into the core architecture of forest governance. Too often, these processes are externally driven and extractive rather than grounded in indigenous territory realities. We need to shift from consultative models to co-creation and co-governance. Indigenous peoples must be involved from the earliest stages as part of FPIC, defining priorities, co-designing solutions, setting indicators of success, and leading monitoring processes. Inclusion cannot be symbolic, it must be structural. Moreover, implementation frameworks should measure what matters to indigenous peoples. This includes not only ecological indicators, but also cultural continuity, intergenerational knowledge transmission, ensuring collective rights and the well-being of our communities. If frameworks are not capturing these dimensions, they are not truly measuring success. Another critical issue is direct access to resources. Indigenous-led territorial processes are too often underfunded, while technical intermediaries receive the bulk of climate finance. Effective implementations requires direct, flexible, and long-term funding mechanisms that reinforce indigenous self-determination and institutional capacity. Additionally, it is that evaluation processes must allow for autonomous indigenous monitoring systems. The systems should reflect our values, timelines, and definitions of resilience, not externally imposed metrics that miss the deeper transformations occurring in our territories. There are some examples that our own indigenous guards are more effective monitors than any other group of monitoring people under conservation parks. Lastly, there is a need to recognize the distinct rights and status of indigenous peoples as collective right holders and distinguish the knowledge of indigenous peoples from local knowledge in all UNFCCC texts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Japan.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and thank you very much for giving me a chance to make an intervention about this very important issue. And in this occasion, I'd like to share the Japan's international cooperation experience regarding forest management with indigenous people and local communities. So the Ministry of the Environment of Japan and the United Nations University Institute for Advanced Study of Sustainability jointly initiated the Satoyama Initiative. This international effort promotes socio-ecological production, landscapes, and seascapes management activities consistent with existing fundamental principles, including the ecosystem approach. The International Partnership for the Satoyama Initiative, or IPSI, was established in 2010 in order to undertake and facilitate a broad range of activities to implement the concepts of the Satoyama Initiative by diverse stakeholders with 22 countries and non-state actors, including local government, NGOs, indigenous communities, and academia. One important mechanism for strengthening collaboration and synergies among member organizations under IPSI has been its mechanism for the formation, endorsement, and support of collaborative activities, including community development and knowledge management for the Satoyama Initiative, or also known as COMDEX project, which provides small grants to local community organizations in developing countries through Japan Biodiversity Fund. These activities involve the participation of 2 or more member organizations and are subject to endorsement by the IPSI Steering Committee. IPSI collaborative activities cover a wide variety of topics and on-the-ground efforts, including local community-based forest management activities. The IPSI also serves as a knowledge-sharing platform through the collection and sharing of information and experiences, and provides a place for discussion among members. IPSI case studies including example of successful implementation of socio-ecological production landscapes and seascapes, knowledge, and other relevant information help to enhance understanding and raise awareness of the effectiveness of landscape approaches and forest management. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to share.
Thank you very much for all those interventions and the examples of how local knowledge and cultural perspectives are being integrated into knowledge systems. I will just share very quickly, we have received some inputs from our virtual participants. Is it on this screen yet? Okay, they're just about to put it up. We have received some inputs from a representative of Yango, I think that's what to call it, Omnia El Minyawi, who basically speaks on the importance of discussing widely the rights of indigenous people, because we do have them everywhere, so it is important that this is something that we should all be leaning into. We also have from the LGMA some information around the importance of inclusive implementation frameworks, which would ensure the participation in decision-making at all stages. And for local communities, that means being part of the forest planning communities, benefit sharing schemes, and monitoring efforts. This is very much resonates with a lot of what has been said in this room. LGMA also goes on to speak about co-management arrangements being a good model that can be replicated, and provide some examples from Latin America, where protected areas are now co-governed by state and indigenous groups, basically blending the modern conservation methods and ancestral practices. They also refer to an example from Australia's Northern Territory, where indigenous rangers combine traditional fire management with modern tools to prevent wildfires. And this is an approach that not only, oh, there you go, you have it there, reduces emissions, but also generates carbon credits as revenue for the indigenous people. And then, of course, Panama has included an example that was further elaborated within the oral statement. You should all receive the link to this, so you'll have an opportunity to read this in more detail. And when we do the readout at the next session, we will also share some of the the inputs that we've captured from the mirror board. If there are no other interventions, I think we'll close this breakout group. I'm just looking around to make sure any last-minute reactions. Otherwise, we'll close this breakout group, and then we'll resume within 2-3 minutes with the other group so that we do the report back. And we'll have one more opportunity for your inputs to weigh in on anything that we may have missed. And we want to try and keep the time because we now have the IFE starting this afternoon, and we don't want to eat into the time where now we can drill a little bit deeper into some of the case studies of how to make this happen. So with that, I want to thank you all very, very much for your inputs and contributions in this session. Thank you.
So colleagues, welcome back to the plenary sitting for our report back. I would like now first to invite Angela to report back on the discussion of breakout group 1 and 3. I understand that due to the time limit for the breakout group 1, we don't have the time to show what has been captured in the mirror boards. So may I first invite Angela to quickly go through this information for the breakout group 1, which has been showed in the mirror boards.
Okay, thank you. If the colleague can just share the mirror board from the first breakout group. We had a very lively conversation. I think we had close to 30 presentations on actionable solutions around finance and understanding also the challenges that were being faced and the actions that were being taken. Many parties raised, underlying challenges that include the limited fiscal space, issues around the high debt burden, which necessitate the need for financial support to ensure that they can take the needed forest action. We also had some speakers some countries that raised the question of, actually many countries raised the question of access to finance as a major challenge, as public finance can be slow and is often fragmented. And this is especially difficult for the IPLCs to access finance, which often comes through intermediaries, and private finance also remains limited. Parties reflected the participants reflected on a variety of financing sources. I think there was a broad recognition in many of the presentations that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. And the range of different sources such as international funds, carbon market schemes, result-based payments are all important, and that a combination of these instruments are needed to support forest action, of course, appropriate to specific circumstances and contexts. We also talked about the need to find ways to de-risk investments and alleviate perceptions of risk and mobilize greater private sector support. Many of the interventions raised the importance of partnerships to build momentum. We heard about the Forest Climate Leaderships Partnership, the bilateral and other bilateral partnerships that are ongoing, as well as that are in the process of being planned. And we also spoke about exploring innovative solutions that can tackle multiple problems. Debt for nature swaps was spoken about by some of the presenters. And the Tropical Forest Forever Finance Facility was also raised as a future opportunity to help fill the financing gap. Many of the presenters spoke about benefit sharing and ensuring that local communities who steward forests are actually receiving the benefits. As you can see on the screen, there were a number of interventions also from some of our virtual participants. A little bit too detailed for me to read at this time, given the time crunch, but you will all receive the link and have an opportunity to also partake of that. The last breakout group, which reflected on the role of indigenous knowledge and how we integrate cultural perspectives into decision-making. Really, many of the speakers highlighted the unique relationship between forests and indigenous people. And it's not just about mitigation, but there are many other elements of forest protection. Our icebreaker highlighted the existential, should I say, threat forest loss has on indigenous communities, and provided us example of his community and how they've been affected by deforestation. We also heard about the integration of traditional knowledge and cultural values into national strategies and planning, and some of the participants emphasized the need to do so with consent and in cooperation with IPLCs, and engaging them as decision makers and full partners in the process of forest protection. The importance of indigenous people as rights holders was spoken about in many of the interventions, and the need to discuss the indigenous people's rights, land tenure rights, which are often a key barrier that needs to be overcome. Some presenters spoke of the importance of gender inclusion, which is a linked topic to inclusion of indigenous people. and many outlined the financial challenges that are faced very much in the same tune, thank you, as had been raised in the previous session. Again, just as we said this morning, it's really hard to do justice to the wealth of perspectives that were offered, but we have taken copious amounts of notes, and we also welcome you to share your written statements so we can make sure we fully reflect this in our report. Back to you, Gao.
Thank you, Angela. And for breakout group 2 and 4, I'd like to have a very quick report back. As Angela says, this is a non-exhaustive summary because due to the time limit and due to my capacity, I don't think I can capture everything. So breakout group 2 brought together valuable insights from 12 countries, both in person and online, along with 9 inputs from the mirror boards. And the participants shared practical experiences on how to create policy environments that support the forest sector investment and action. Also, we're very glad to have Ms. Mandy Barnett from South Africa as our icebreaker, and her remarks really get discussion going and set a great tone for the sessions. And participants shared a variety of experiences. Some of them include, for example, highlighted the regulation and the legislation are key to create a more predictable environment and reducing investment risks. Some also introduced cross-ministerial and cross-sectoral planning and integration efforts. Several also shared that the importance of integrated management plan at both national and subnational level, and to support the community engagement and empower local communities in sustainable nature resource management. Some also emphasized that the long-term financing is essential to ensure certainty and long-term partnerships and investment in forest system. And some also mentioned the importance of the carbon pricing to forest sector mitigation. For breakout group 4, we had a really engaging discussion on how data technology and capacity building can help unlock mitigation potential in forest sector. We heard from 11 countries and 3 organizations or constituencies, both in person and online, along with 2 inputs from the mirror board, with many practical experiences and insights shared. And we would like to thank Mr. Adrian Aguina from the NDC Partnership, Mr. Adita Putra from Indonesia, and Ms. Juliana Salis from the IDB for their insights as icebreakers. And generally, I think almost all participants mentioned that the data technology and capacity building is crucial for, especially data information, are crucial for the policy making and also to ensure accountability of these activities. And we also heard a range of experiences and barriers we met. For example, some shared the challenges and barriers, including like the differences in methodologies or cross platforms, make data system incompatible, and multiple MRV systems are inefficient. And also this system are quite time consuming and quite costly. And also many of us highlighted the high cost of this MRV system, like the monitoring system, for example, to accessing advanced technology and the satellite data remain quite expensive, especially for developing countries. And many also mentioned the capacity gap and the limited finance, especially in developing countries still lack of the basic forest monitoring system and urgently needs technical training hubs. But also heard a lot of the good practices. Some shared the various projects and experiences and solutions. For example, countries are applying tools like satellite, remote sensing, GIS, geospatial, and ecosystem models to support forest monitoring. And many countries has already established a national forest monitoring system, including for fire prevention and regional risk assessment, are being developed using integrated data approach. And also many highlighted the international cooperation is playing a very key role in building robust systems. As said, this is non-exhaustive capture, and we will assure you that we will go through all these interventions and to prepare for our written summary. Thank you so much. So what's next? So I now like to open the floor for any further interventions regarding to all of this breakout groups discussion. The floor is now open. Well, if there is no further comments at this moment, we are always open the floor for your interventions through email, which is mwp@unccc.int. And please, if you have further information to share with us, we are always open to receive emails from you. I don't want to stop you from your lunch, so maybe we can close this session, and thank you so much for participating very actively in the 5th Global Dialogue. And in the afternoon, the plan is to have the 5th investment-focused event, which would be start from 2:15. So please come back 2:15. You will have a longer lunch time than yesterday. I think it's a good news for everyone. So bon appetit. Thank you so much for participating.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back. I hope you all had a good lunch break. Thank you for coming back on time. We are now going to start the 5th investment-focused event under the Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation, Ambition and Implementation Work Program. At the Global Dialogue, we heard a variety of best practice solutions and approaches to enable means of implementation in the forest sector. The investment-focused event is going to offer us an opportunity to take forward the conversations from the Global Dialogue and consider the cost of mitigation implementation with a view to unlocking finance and overcoming barriers to access to finance. This event aims to identify investment opportunities and actionable solutions and to help direct finance flows to enhance mitigation in this critical decade. With this in mind, today's investment-focused event comprises of 2 sessions. The first session will set the scene for discussions on unlocking investment for mitigation action in the forest sector, while the second session, which is the case study exchange, will present information on best practices and solutions from diverse regions and contexts to mobilize climate finance in the forest sector. Without further ado, I will now start the first session. The scene-setting presentation will provide an institutional perspective within the investment ecosystem for mitigation action in this sector. It will highlight the roles and mandates for institutions operating within this ecosystem. It will also outline relevant processes and priorities for mobilizing and accessing investment. I would like to invite Mr. Cayetano Casado, who's the sub-regional head for Latin America in the Department of Latin America and the Caribbean at the Green Climate Fund Secretariat, to make his presentation. Over to you, Cayetano.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cayetano Casado, and I am the sub-regional lead for Latin America at the Department of Latin America and the Caribbean of the GCF Secretariat. It's an immense pleasure to be here with you today and be able to share with you GCF's perspective on unlocking investment for mitigation action in the forestry sector. So perhaps, to begin, let us frame the sector in terms of the global context. In 2021, emissions reached 49.5 gigatons CO2 equivalent, with the non-energy sectors being responsible for around 1/4 of the global emissions. When we zoom in, land use chain, and forestry make up 2.7% of those global emissions, which is approximately 1.3 gigatons. And that's the light blue segment on the wheel. But of course, this is a net total, because that includes both emissions released by lands and forests, as well as carbon removed from the atmosphere as forest grows. The gross emissions are much higher, reaching around 34 gigatons. It's therefore very clear the importance of the role that forests play as carbon sinks, and hence the importance of protecting, sustainably managing, and recovering damaged forests is paramount. Can you help me with the clicker? Oh, there you go. Thank you. So deforestation is the main driver of emissions in the forestry sector, and those areas then become sources of carbon. As you can see in the map, the areas colored in purple are net sources of carbon, whereas the areas colored in green are sinks. So you can clearly see, for example, the arc of deforestation of the Amazonia in South America, as well as the areas that are suffering from deforestation in Southeast Asia and Indonesia. Forests absorb approximately 35 gigatons annually, but this volume is decreasing. And that's, yeah, I think I'm gonna need your help with the, yes, thank you. Yeah, so since 2023, that amount is decreasing, and that is driven pretty much by deforestation. The forest loss overall continues to be very high, And while we see important advances in countries, for example, as Brazil or Colombia, in other countries, we are seeing significant rises, such as Bolivia recently, mainly due to forest fires in this case, but also in other countries, such as the Lao PDR. The main driver of deforestation is the commodity-driven deforestation. This remains, especially in South America, where agricultural expansion is leading to large-scale deforestation. Next, please. Yeah, so let us look at just display the whole slide. I think is going to be easier. Yeah. Next one. One more. Perfect. So let us look at the investment side. In this case, we're looking at figures that refer to AFOLU, so that we are looking also at the figures that include agriculture. So on the left side of the screen, on the bottom side, you see the progress of investment in the AFOLU sector between 2013 and 2020. And we can observe a certain increase in this investment, a positive trend. However, the estimated level of investment required to make the sector compatible with the Paris Agreement, so that is low carbon and climate resilient, is 26 times higher than that. So we are very, very far away from that mark. And if you zoom into that growth, you would determine that the investment is majoritarily going towards mitigation action, whereas adaptation action remains stagnant. And we think this is worrisome because the forestry sector is uniquely positioned to deliver triple wins in terms of livelihoods and productivities, mitigation and adaptation. Therefore, we think there's a missed opportunities when investing in the forestry sector is only focusing on mitigation aspects. And when you see the right side of the screen, you can see the source of financing for the AFOLU sector. And the vast majority of this financing comes from the public sources, be it domestic or international, with very little dedicated from the private sector. And the reasons here, the risks that the private sector are perceiving in investing in this sector, some real risks, some perceived risk, and then also issues related to impact. So let us now go to see the barriers that prevent investment in the sector. Next, please. So the first group of barriers refer to policy and regulatory uncertainty. When we have unpredictable policies or frequent changes in policies related to the forestry sector, this undermines the investment confidence. For example, delays on establishing a REDD+ framework or shifting land use policies. But when you have certainty, there's also evidence that this can help attract investment. And for example, in Indonesia, the forest moratorium on clearing permits, made permanent in 2019, has helped mobilized over $1 billion in green investments. Another group of barriers refer to land tenure and to land rights issues. When land is contested or rights are unclear, this is a huge risk for project development and for investment. And according to FAO in 2020, approximately 40% of the world's forests are on land with insecure or undocumented tenure. A third group of barriers refer to limited technical and financial capacity, and this manifests in different dimensions. For example, the capacity to structure bankable project forests, or be able to tailor these projects to the requirements of complex financial mechanisms. There's also another particularly important in this sector area, which is the MRV and data transparency, which which puts at risk the trust in emissions reduction. Next, please. A fourth group refers to high transaction costs and to scale limitation. Sometimes small-scale projects face disproportionately high transaction costs, and this limits private sector interest. And models for aggregation and standardization, while nascent, they still not sufficiently developed. There's one interesting trend that we've heard recently, which are the country platforms, which are mechanisms for project prioritization, project structuring, and resource mobilization that can be applied for economy-wide or for particular sectors that could yield interesting results. For example, Brazil has the Ecological and Climate Transformation Platform, which includes a nature-based solution as one of the 3 priority sectors in this mechanism. So we are very excited to see what comes out of that, of the action of the platform. A 5th group of barriers refer to market and price volatility. Forest carbon markets are still developing, but there's a wide fluctuation in prices. In 2023, carbon credit prices range between $3 and $15 per ton. So the revenue risk is still a major barrier deterring investment. Still, voluntary carbon markets were able to mobilize approximately $2 billion in transactions in that year. And then, importantly as well, the social and environmental safeguards. Ensuring equitable benefits and avoiding negative impacts on local communities require robust safeguards. And this incurs in costs and complexity to projects. And while needed, this also deters certain investors. Next one, please. But there's some, can you click until the slide is complete? I'll tell you. One more? Okay, perfect. Thank you. But there's some good news and some emerging trends and opportunities that I wanted to share as well. The finance directed towards nature-based solution has increased over the past few years significantly, reaching over $153 billion in 2022. Now, actions that restore, that preserve, or that help sustainable managed ecosystems obviously contribute to the preservation of forests. So NVS are one aspect of finance for biodiversity that can be used for mitigation, adaptation, and benefits for climate and nature overall. And what's particularly striking in this case is that private finance for nature has catapulted in the past years. It's making an 11-fold increase from 2020 to 2024. And this growth is driven by the investor by the interest in nature-based solutions such as reforestation, agroforestry, and avoided deforestation. And this is because nature is becoming an asset class. Nature is an emerging asset class. They're increasingly, nature-based solutions are increasingly categorized as an asset class in their own right, and this is attracting institutional investors seeking sustainable and impactful interventions. And as you see in the right side of the screen, the instruments that have experienced the highest increase are those related to private equity, green bond, and impact investments. Each of these instruments offer their benefits, but they also face challenges that need addressing. For example, green bonds attract significant institutional investors, but they face standardization challenges. We saw recently the Bahamas announcing a refinancing plan for $300 million of their external debt that would generate $120 million for marine conservation and climate change mitigation over 15 years. Impact investment also helps foster innovation, but they face challenges when it comes to measuring the impact. And then blended finance schemes can help the risk investments, but they require complex deal structuring that are associated with significant costs. Nonetheless, we have other examples around the world. For example, the Climate Asset Management Global Fund, which is a collaboration between HSBC and Pollination, has raised over $1 billion to invest in projects related to regenerative agriculture and reforestation. And the other opportunity that I wanted to highlight is related to nature tech. Nature tech is becoming increasingly important for nature-based solution investors. Venture capital investments in nature tech have surpassed $2 billion in 2024, with biodiversity credit and monitoring, reporting and verification markets attracting almost 1/4 of that amount. There are many applications within nature tech, remote sensing, AI-driven monitoring, blockchain, all of them seen as enhancing transparency, efficiency, and impact measurement. Some of these technologies are proven and well-developed, such as forest carbon measurement and verification. Others are increasingly utilized, such as supply chain traceability or mapping and monitoring of land and ocean systems, and others are still emerging, such as uses for land titling and tenure, or bioengineering, for example. Next one, please. So in GCF, we follow a multi-layer landscape approach to forests. Researchers have long identified the interconnectedness of forests with other sectors, including agriculture, food security, but also other sectors such as water and health. But despite this, we still continue to observe a siloed approach persistent in many public administrations and beyond, which hampers the effectiveness of solutions against deforestation. So an integrated approach, including a landscape perspective, is crucial to bring together the relevant sectors in innovative ways to achieve what we call the paradigm shift potential. And when we look, for example, at forest conservation is the most effective strategy from the mitigation perspective, because the carbon uptake rates are much slower than CO2 releases. So the greatest potential lies in protecting forests. It's important for countries to recognize the role of forests for mitigation and adaptation in their international climate commitments, as well as their national policies and strategies, and can reflect these pathways in their planning instruments at the national and local levels. Sustainable management also is crucial, and ultimately this will be key to determining whether the forest will act as a carbon source or as a carbon sink. So there's many elements to contemplate here, such as the way horizontal or vertical coordination is ensured, what are the approaches to engage local communities, how are the benefits being distributed, what type of practices are being implemented when it comes to timber and non-timber forest products, etc. And of course, aligning all of this with the complete supply chains and elimination of incentives for agriculture expansion into forests and enforcing legal frameworks for zero deforestation. One of the greatest comparative advantages of forests is their exceptional ability to deliver a wealth of economic, ecological, and social co-benefits, such as biodiversity preservation, a variety of ecosystem services, and supporting indigenous and local communities. At GCF, we're increasingly promoting direct access to climate and forest finance by indigenous peoples and local communities. Next one, please. The change in forest cover over time, as the value of land use change relative to the competing uses, usually results in a rapidly decreasing forest area during early industrialization and development, followed by a stabilization and then a slow expansion of forest area. But that expansion doesn't reach the original levels of forest cover. So what we're trying to do at GCF is acting at different moments, depending on the context on where we are, to narrow that curve and effectively smooth these transition curves. Next one, please. And to finalize, and we deploy a series of instruments that relate to the barriers that I was mentioning earlier, instruments related to repricing and to the risking. Some of them can be categorized under information and empowerment instruments, such as information disclosure, green taxonomy, public awareness, investing in education, research, vocational training. Also in regulatory and control instruments, such as macroprudential regulations, climate stress tests for banks, insurers, zoning, protected areas, norms, standards, etc. Economic and market instruments, such as carbon taxes, penalties, environmental fines, tradable permits, payment for ecosystem services, carbon credits. institutional instruments, such as green finance regulatory networks, or dedicated financial institutions, such as green banks or green bond platforms. And finally, financial instruments, such as project-level confessional finance, grants and loans, but as well as venture capital, guarantees, and equity investment. Next one, please. And now to finish, I wanted just to share with you a couple of examples of the projects that we are implementing, one at the local level and another one at the regional level. This first one comes from Mexico, and it's work in the Yucatan Peninsula with the Mexican Fund for the Conservation of Nature. It's a cross-cutting project that looks at mitigation and adaptation in marine and coastal ecosystems in the Yucatan Peninsula. And the focus is on reduction of expected deforestation by providing local communities with sustainable practices that are aligned with preserving the forest cover. So it combines a series of innovative instruments to work with these communities and also with 20 protected areas that will implement ecosystem-based adaptation actions. Some of the instruments that are being piloted include using carbon markets as a financial mechanism for the conservation and restoration of mangroves, microinsurance to guarantee the permanence of the blue carbon, and climate information and early warning systems to support agreements for fish replenishment areas. And the second one is a large-scale project also in South America. And this case is with the Inter-American Development Bank, it's the Amazon Bioeconomy Fund, and it covers several countries of the Amazon Basin. And again, the program is trying to, it's a mitigation and adaptation focused program, intending to achieve a mitigation of 122 million tons of carbon over 20 years. And that rests upon the premise of changing an economy based on forest and natural resource exploitation and sustainability to a nature-based economy. And so, again, it combines a series of financial instruments that are applied at different stages of the business cycle according to the needs. So, for example, when we're looking at grant financing, we typically dedicate grant financing to small and indigenous businesses or to early risk businesses. Then we have investment in equity, directly dealing with the private sector in early risk and high-tech businesses. And then we work with sovereign loans through national development banks to finance the later stage mature businesses as well as guarantees. Next one, please. And the final example, this is also from Latin America, and apologies because that's the region I am familiar with. This is from Colombia in WWF. And it's a project that is part of our WWF's strategy for the Amazon, bringing what is called Project Finance for Permanence in 4 countries in the Amazon Basin. So again, here, what the program is trying to do is addressing structural funding gaps and barriers to investing by blending finance from donors from different sources. And there's an expectation that as awareness is raised, as market barriers are removed, private sector is going to be increasing progressively their participation over the implementation of the project, helping the sustainable management of protected areas and buffer zones. So these are just 3 examples. I'm sure there's many more, and we're going to be hearing many more in the rest of the afternoon, but wanted to share from the GCF perspective. So let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cayetano. Please join me in giving him a big round of applause. Thank you. Okay, that's given us a lot of food for thought and to get us started as we look at the case studies. So we'll proceed now on to the next part of the session, which is the case study exchange. This session is going to showcase practical examples of mitigation actions in the forest sector that are being implemented through collaborative efforts between financial institutions and countries. The case studies will offer diverse regional perspectives. Some will be jointly presented by representatives of financial institutions and their country partners, and these presentations will illustrate innovative investment approaches, enabling policy environments, and key lessons learned in advancing mitigation action in the forestry sector, particularly in the context of implementing Article 5 of the Paris Agreement. Now, each case study is expected to take about 15 minutes to present, starting with presentations, and then after that we will have a short question and answer session with the participants. I want to start off by inviting Mr. Joko Tri Haryanto, who's the CEO of Indonesia's Environment Fund, who's joining us virtually, and Ms. Clea Paz Rivera, the Global Advisor of Climate and Forest of the United Nations Development Programme. At the outset, I want to thank you, Mr. Haryanto, for bearing with us at this late hour of the night and joining us online. So over to you both.
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair. So a very good morning from Indonesia and good purpose. And thank you so much for having us on this very important agenda or event. Let me introduce myself that I'm the CEO of Indonesia Environment Fund. This is like the government of Indonesia arm's length. My institution actually was developed still young, because it was developed in 2019 and tried to become the solution, particularly as a new approach from the government of Indonesia to deal with the environmental problem, particularly from the financial side. As we know that the environmental problem is a cross-cutting issue. So next slide, please. As we know that the environmental problem is a cross-cutting issue and also intersectoral relation, and a very big amount, of money to become the solution. And then from the calculation of the government to achieve the NDC target, 2030, the government of Indonesia needs around 281 billion US dollar. And the capacity from the government itself, no more than 30% annually. So the funding cap is quite high, and Indonesia Environment Fund try to become the solution from the government of Indonesia itself, just to strengthen and also to enhance the access capacity from the government to the international funder, from the creative and also innovative financing. Next slide. So from the funding instrument and also financing portfolio from the Indonesia Environment Fund, we put around 5 main thematic under our program. And if you can see from those 5 thematic, including from the mitigation, like agriculture, forest, and other land use, and also sustainable ecosystem management. And from the energy, we also recognize just and affordable green energy. And then from the circular economy and also zero waste emission, including zero waste management. And then from the adaptation issue, we recognize two important things. First, related with the health, water, and also food security, and also climate and disaster resilience. So this is like the 5 main thematic important under the Indonesia Environment Fund, also synchronized with the government priority. And then from the funding instrument, we deliver all the money from the international, including from the MDBs, from the multilateral, from the bilateral collaboration, and also from the foundation, philanthropy, etc. And also from the same time, we can also collecting money from the domestic. And then we deliver through 3 different funding instruments. First as international performance grant, and then the second funding is also endowment fund. And if you see from the total amount, our money now is around 1.7 billion US dollar. Next slide, please. And then to enhance and also strengthen our financial capacity, of course, as a government institution, we realize that we must blend it and also develop a creative and innovative financial scheme from our capacity or our facility. And then like example, how to finance the targeted under the FOLU and then the forest and other land use target of our NDC. Because if you see from the commitment of enhanced NDC from the government, FOLU or forestry and other land use is the second biggest target from Indonesian enhanced NDC. And then to filling the gap from the financial side on the FOLU target 2030, of course, we try to blend it first from our state budget as a government baseline investment. And then at the same time, we also enhance the bilateral cooperation, like result-based payment from GCF, result-based contribution from Norway bilateral cooperation, and also others input grant from the international institution. And then at the same time, Indonesia Environment Fund also try to access the multilateral fund because currently Indonesia Environment Fund is still under processing to become the direct accredited entity from the GCF. And then we also mobilize the private financing, like investment cooperation from the private, blended finance with the facility from philanthropy, international foundation, and etc. Next slide, please. So this is like the experience from Indonesia Environment Fund with the UNDP to manage result-based payment under Article 5 on the Paris Agreement. Since 2014 until 2016, we can manage, we success to manage result-based payment, the first result-based payment from Green Climate Fund, around 103.8 million US dollar, collaborate with the UNDP as the accredited entity. And now we are ready to submit the second RPP for the GCF. And then we also manage another big fund under the result-based payment from World Bank, a twin program specific for certain province in Indonesia. First in East Kalimantan, and then the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility for reduction emission forestry 2019 until 2024 is around 110 million US dollar. And the second program is Biocarbon Fund, specific for Jambi Provincial. And then another big fund from Norway. We call it a result-based contribution for the national level. Now we manage around 216 million US dollar for the reducing GHG emission forestry sector 2016 until 2019. Next slide, please. So this is the disbursement pattern from the GCF Red Plus, the first payment, 2014 until 2019. So the use of the proceeds is a delivery directly to enabling achievement, strengthening Red Plus architecture from the national and also from the local, and also develop, we call it safeguard information system for Red Plus, and also supporting the endorsement of carbon-related regulation, because currently as a national level, Indonesia not only implement result-based payment under Article 5, but also already implement carbon trading under Article 6.2, 6.4, both side from the international carbon market and also from the domestic carbon market, both side from the voluntary carbon market as well as from the mandatory carbon market. And then from the GCF payment 2014-2016, also used for the strengthening RED Plus implementation, like planning, monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and also safeguard. Next slide, please. So this is the disbursement area from the GCF RED Plus payment, the first payment, program intervention to all the national level, to all the sectoral division, and also the implementation on the subnational. Just your small information, the Indonesia divided into, we have almost 38 province and more than 500 district and regency, and GCF RED Plus payment is already dispersed to all those intended areas. Next slide, please. After we complete disbursement of the GCF RED Plus payment, for the first payment, 2014-2016, and now we produce, we call it impact measurement report, and consists of certain output related with our thematic areas. So we can measure the sustainable management practice on the Avolu ecosystem and also biodiversity, consists of several indicators, that thematic ultimate indicator. And then from the just and affordable clean energy also could be tracking and measure responsibility, consumption, production, health, water, and food security, and also adaptive capacity to reduce disaster risk and also impact on the climate change. And at the end of the process, we also producing, we call it theory of change, just to fulfill the indicator from mandatory indicator from the GCF. Next slide, please. And this is also another important, because when we deal with the international, of course, we try to provide and also overlay with the safeguard. Indonesia Environment Fund has the 12 safeguard just to maintain the environmental fund management standard and also mechanism, and also to ensure the conservation effort do not have the negative impact, particularly from the local community, indigenous people, and also other beneficiary. And our 12 safeguard also adopted from the international standard. We learn from the ADB, we learn from the World Bank safeguard, we learn from the IFC safeguard, and also add some indicator safeguard based on the traditional culture, traditional belief, and also this is very indigenous from Indonesian side. And just to conclude my presentation, like I mentioned before, that Indonesia now also on the right track to implement carbon pricing, the implementation of Paris Agreement Article 6.2, 6.4, aside with the implementation of Article 5 under the Paris Agreement on the result-based payment, result-based contribution, and also try to speed up the implementation of mutual recognition agreement from the government with several international standards. Last week, we conduct some agreement with the gold standard, with the government of Japan, and also incoming weeks, we try to set the agreement with Avera, with Atris, and also Plan Vivo. So this is just the achievement from the government to overcome the challenging of financial mechanism, particularly to handle and also deal with the environmental problem, particularly under triple planetary crisis on the climate, crisis on the food security, crisis on the energy, and also others. Thank you. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. I'll now pass on to Ms. Clea Paz Rivera.
Thank you so much, Madam Co-Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. And thank you so much to Pak Yoko for giving us a presentation at 3 a.m. Indonesia time. Really much, very much appreciated his commitment to contribute to this dialogue. My presentation is going to be a more general explaining how UNDP is partnering with countries to support enhancing ambition for the forest sector in national determining contributions and also in climate action in general. And should I use this or next slide, please? And the following. Thank you. So, as part of UNDP's Climate Promise, which is a large initiative that is responding to the UN Secretary General request for the UN agencies to work together and to really accelerate efforts to support countries' NDCs updating process and as well as NDC implementation, UNDP is supporting around 90 countries to update their NDCs. Following three big areas of work. One is related to ambition, especially in this next round of NDC 3.0s, making all efforts to enhance the quality and the ambition of the NDC 3.0s. The second area is enhanced implementation and is to countries that are already implementing the NDCs 2.0 to really maximize efforts to integrate the contributions of the FOLU sector and the transformation, the sectoral interventions that are already driving transformation and ambition to link them with the NDC for enhancing implementation. And last but not least, social inclusion, to put a big emphasis on inclusive approaches, especially participation and leadership of indigenous peoples and local communities in the process of designing and implementing NDCs, as well as women group and youth. And through this process, we're collaborating with several other UN agencies, and there's country climate plans, and this year, as you can imagine, we're all super busy trying to run through time to have countries submitting in time before COP30. We have several tools and guidance to support countries in these processes. I'm going to refer to just a few here, but we can share later some resources. One is the plan tool, the Paris Agreement, LULUCF and NDC tools. That is a tool that helps countries analyze opportunities to enhance the contribution of the forest sector to NDC mitigation targets and the potential for high-quality emission reductions and removals available for carbon markets access, and the systems and processes to meet enhanced transparency framework requirements under the Paris Agreement. We're supporting more than 40 countries through this tool. We also have a guidance for the FOLU sector, which is a much more process-oriented guidance, assisting with a series of steps on how countries could identify short-term actions in the FOLU sector that could be maximized in line with long-term climate goals. Next, please. Next slide, please. Oh, I need to use, okay, thank you. Now, building upon our work for the past 15 years on supporting countries on REDD+, from readiness to implementing, to designing and implementing policies and measures, and to accessing results-based payments. We've been doing this together with our sister agencies, FAO and UNEP, as part of the UN REDD program. We're really building upon that, those processes and those lessons to bring them now to the NDC and other national targets, not only for climate, but also for related strategies like biodiversity strategies. And to maximize the potential of public and private climate finance for forests, we're looking for NDCs to really put a focus on elevating forests as a national priority, recognizing the critical roles of forests in national climate strategies, aligning with national forest policy as per the Article 5 of the Paris Agreement, and ensuring coherence with REDD+ implementation framework and national biodiversity strategies and action plans. We're also looking to establish clear targets for forest conservation and restoration. These targets should be aligned with enhanced transparency framework under the Paris Agreement, and should include reference levels and baselines and spatial scope. And last, to improve accounting and reporting, through enhanced transparency and accuracy in monitoring forest-related emissions and removals. In terms of accessing finance through ambitious NDCs and national climate strategies, we're looking at cross-sectoral cooperation among agriculture, environment, and finance ministries and implementing entities as a key element for really materializing accessing finance through ambitious NDCs. We're also looking at the importance of clarifying and consolidating land rights. We've heard a lot about it these past 2 days, and really it's an underlying factor that guarantees that there's a governance framework conducive to deliver and deploying finance. Recognizing and integrating support from other sectors that we usually don't collaborate, for example, law enforcement and anti-corruption entities, recognizing that after the COVID-19 crisis, forest governance in the territories outside cities has really declined, and it's really weak. So we need to cooperate with agencies that we, in the past, were not interacting directly, at least from the forest sector, with the exception of traffic of endangered species. Upholding indigenous peoples and local communities' rights, of course, and throughout the process by applying and ensuring FPIC in readiness and in implementation. And lastly, maintaining and updating high-quality data to inform both the design as well as the financial elements of NDCs. In terms of financial instruments available to accelerate and enhance forest-related climate action, and I'm not going to go into detail because of the lack of time, but I'm just going to mention a few lessons learned from the Green Climate Fund's pilot REDD+ window that we've heard already from our Indonesian colleague. We're supporting them through this initiative, and some of the key lessons learned in partnering with Indonesia and other countries include the fact that solid, I'm sorry, the slide didn't move. It's not working. Okay, there we go. One of the key lessons is that solid basis for REDD+, and these lessons, by the way, have been submitted formally to the Green Climate Fund together with FAO, so they are available to consult afterward, and they go in much more detail, but just a summary. One key lesson is that solid bases for accessing results-based payments are needed. This can be done through the improvement of MRV capacities, national strategies and action plans, and other instruments. The second one refers to the centrality of forest reference levels and social and environmental safeguards. The third one, the consideration of different national circumstances that could lead to very uneven process. Countries have various levels of degrees of preparedness and readiness for reporting REDD+ results. And we've seen, of course, that African countries have taken much longer, and we're hoping that this will change in this coming cycle now that REDD+ is part of the regular programming under the GCF. And lastly, that a number of countries accessing results-based payments from the GCF have decided to utilize part of their proceeds to enhance relevant data systems and processes for REDD+ and continue reinvesting the proceeds to improve the process for more future emission reductions in the sector. Okay. With Indonesia, in particular, we recognize that really our partnerships has allowed us to align the REDD+ results-based payments with the NDC and national strategies, including the Follow Net Zero 2030 operational plans as a key component of their NDC. Also, that funds were transparently and efficiently managed as an accredited entity we employed an instrument. We didn't deliver these funds through a grant. We delivered them through a performance-based payment instrument modality that releases payments after a process of independent validation and verification, which was an innovation on our side, and I think there's a lot of lessons on applying that instrument in Indonesia and other countries that we're supporting, including Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Brazil. Also that the funds are being reinvested into well-structured forest programs, as Pak Yoko explained in detail in his presentation, and that safeguards played a really critical role in fund allocation. He also went into details on his last slide on safeguards. Due to lack of time, I'm not going to go on the other instruments, but I'm just going to mention them quickly. The other ones that we're using, of course, is high-integrity carbon markets. UNDP has released a strategy, an offer on high-integrity carbon markets that really looks at elevating the integrity both in the supply and the demand side in host countries. We're also working with deforestation tree commodities, and we are looking that this is very much in line without having coordinated with Cayetano's presentation from the GCF. As you see, there's very similar instruments that he mentioned. Deforestation-free trade is one of them where we're seeing a lot of opportunities to engage private sector in removing deforestation from agricultural commodity supply chains in around forests, providing an interesting also alternative for livelihood improvement. Lastly, we're also starting to work with green and sustainable bonds, which is another innovative instrument that is being piloted in several countries. And we're going to share the slides, and you can see more details there. But with that, I thank you very much for the time and attention.
Thank you very much, Claire and Pajoko. Okay, I will open the floor so we can take a couple of questions, also because we do not want to keep Mr. Haryanto up for too long. So if you have questions that you would like to raise, please put up your flag. And for those who are online, if you have any questions, please put your name in the chat in the order of the name of your country or organization followed by your name. EU.
Thank you, and thank you for these interesting presentations. Yeah, I was still organizing my questions a little bit, but a question to the colleague of the GCF would be how does the GCF interact with country platforms? As he already said, this is quite an interesting innovation, and he mentioned the example of Brazil, and we also think that this provides a lot of perspective, and we would be interested in first experiences, how the cooperation between this multilateral level and the country platforms, how this exactly works. And then also in several of the presentations, we heard about social and environmental safeguards, and I think in the presentation of the GCF, it was rather, how would I say, labeled as a liability, as a problem, as a challenge to attract investments. And yeah, in other presentations, it was presented more from a positive angle, I think. And as we see these social and environmental safeguards as very important safeguards indeed to make sure that any projects don't make victims and don't have side effects that we don't want to see. My question would be to the three panelists actually, how can we make sure that social and environmental safeguards are like helpful in attracting investments rather than being seen as a risk and as a liability? Thank you.
Thank you very much. EU, is there any other questions, or we take all the questions together? Unfortunately, due to a schedule clash, our colleague from the GCF had to leave. So we've documented his question, and we will ensure that we get a response, at least in writing, back. But I'll pass on the second question to the two panelists. Maybe we'll start with Pakioko, if he's still online.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. So from the Indonesian perspective, particularly from the Indonesia Environment Fund, we realized that the implementation of social environmental safeguard is very, very crucial. Yeah. In terms of if we measure from the social cost, if we can mitigate the risk from the beginning, it means that we can reduce the potential social cost. So this is just like the safeguard from the government, not only to attract the investment, yeah, particularly from the foreigner and also from the domestic, but this is also very crucial to mitigate the potential social conflict, then to mitigate the environmental damage when the implementation of the program is set. And this is also try to how we call it, ensure the conservation effort not have the negative impact from the local community and also indigenous people and also other beneficiary, because from the government itself, we realize that the ultimate goal, the ultimate beneficiary is the indigenous people, like the environmental hero, and they already proved, yeah, just the guardian of the environment. So we put very high position from the social and environmental safeguard is our priority from the government and also from the Indonesia Environment Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will just complement by agreeing fully. I think social and environmental safeguards, we see them really from a positive lens as an insurance, so that things really don't have negative impacts and maximize potential benefits. But not wanting to speak from Cayetano's perspective, I think what he referred to is that, and this is very true, is our experience with working with applying safeguards in GCF projects, is that there was a learning curve going from the Cancun safeguards for RED Plus that were very general to really operationalizing safeguard implementations in a project of the magnitude of a GCF project that requires a very robust environmental and social monitoring framework and social safeguards, social and environmental management plans that took longer than anticipated and required resources that not necessarily were fully budgeted. We had to double our efforts as a credited entity to really being able to deliver these, and for the host countries was also a learning curve. But I think ultimately this is not, now the capacities are established. There's many more national safeguards specialists. That's a plus, so there's not a reliance on international consultants only. And also countries are developing their the institutional framework for safeguards. They have national safeguard information systems that are being used to monitor safeguard implementation as a national level. So hopefully in the future it will become easier with time and seen with a positive lens. Over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't see any more flags, so please join me in giving a round of applause to our two presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, moderator.
Okay. I would like to now call on Mr. Ichel Guinea, Deputy Director from the Department of Forest, Fisheries and Environment of South Africa, and Dr. Mandy Barnett, the Chief Director for Adaptation Policy and Resourcing at SANBI. So if you may please join us up here.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the graveyard shift, so I'll try to make a very boring presentation quite interesting. So it's going to be done in two parts between me and my colleague Mandy from Sanby. Yeah. Do I just? It's not. Okay. Oh, okay. I have to. Okay. No. Yeah. No. Thanks. So I'll present some of the work we're doing. I work in the land sector at a national level. So I'll present some of the work that we've done over a number of years. Should I use this one? Okay. Okay. Apologies for that. So maybe just to put climate change into perspective, I couldn't put everything here for my country, so I tried to focus on some of the major things. The first point is that, like most other parts of the world, especially developing countries, we are highly vulnerable to climate change. Also, there's studies been done, and we did a long-term adaptation scenario study, and we found that for every degree of global warming across the world, global mean warming across the globe, our warming is actually double that. We've also had an increase in droughts, especially on the western part of the country. Yeah, there's just some stats on human-induced climate change mortality. And then, yeah, also we have a lot of national parks in my country, so they've also been severely affected by extreme heats. So in those parks, you also get a lot of mortalities from it. Affects biodiversity, especially animal diversity. And yeah, I mean, I've spoken about this the other day, the issue of bush encroachment. We actually did a study in 2018 when we found that about 7.3 million hectares of our because we have mainly grassland and woodland, so about 7.3 million hectares of those are bush encroached. Yeah, so maybe just to give you sort of just a snapshot of our policy and environment. So most of the work we do on climate change first came about when we adopted our national climate change response policies. That was way back in 2011. So that's when a lot of the land sector work started, and the main policy director for that land sector work is actually in that white paper. We then adopted a Climate Change Act last year. If you look at Chapter 5, you'll see our mitigation approach, and some of the land sector work we've done is actually included in both our qualitative and our quantitative sets. We call them sectoral emission targets. And yeah, a lot of, and the work we do in the land sector also has strong linkages to biodiversity. The biodiversity work we do, the land degradation work we do, and also ecosystem-based adaptation. But my colleague will present more on that. Okay, so for the land sector in my country, we take a holistic approach. We look at the land as a system, and we look at both carbon and non-carbon benefits. And the main focus of this work is to actually mainly restore ecosystem functioning, to address livelihoods issues, sustainable development, and poverty eradication. And as I said, a lot of this work we've been doing since 2011. I joined the ministry in about 2013. So I've been involved in the carbon sinks work since then. So yeah, so and this is just to give you a snapshot. There's actually a lot more detail to this work, but it's just to put it into perspective. So in 2011, 2015, we actually published our first national terrestrial carbon sinks assessment. Since then, we've had 4 updates. So the main objectives of this sinks assessment was firstly to look at carbon stocks and fluxes. To quantify our carbon sink, we did a wall-to-wall assessment. Secondly, it was to identify our principal mitigation options within the land sector. And thirdly, we did a study of where we looked at over 100 policies that impact on our carbon stocks. So here we found, and as I said, more than 50% of, we have about 500,000 hectares of natural forest. That's equivalent to tropical forest, but most of the country is covered in dryland forest. That's savanna woodlands and grasslands. So more than 50%, that's more than 50% of the country. And what we found is that 80 to 90% of our carbon sink lies in those ecosystems, and actually 80% is soil carbon. So that has a big impact on how we need to develop our policies and our restoration programs. So what we also did, based on the National Terrestrial Carbon Sinks Assessment, we then took all that data and we developed an online web-based National Terrestrial Carbon Sinks Atlas. Up to now, it provides you, I think the resolution now for certain parts of the country even goes up to about 1 meter resolution. The issue with this Sinks Atlas is it's not dynamic at the moment, so it gives you a snapshot in time. But what's nice about it, it's open to the public, anybody can access it, and anybody can download those data sets if they want to use it. Let me go to the next one. So yeah, so this slide just gives you an idea on the 8 principal mitigation options we identified for the country. Of course, we busy trying to detail them, so we've done a lot of work on a number of the options, and for some of them you already have like large-scale established projects, but I mean I won't go into that. We also focus on RED+. We have a national RED+ program that we're working on. We have biochar, but yeah, this gives you an idea, and these estimates are quite conservative. Yeah, okay, so some of the main challenges, as I said, I just gave you a snapshot, so it's data deficiencies, but we've partially addressed that. We've developed what we call the calc system for the country. I always forget what this acronym stands for. So it stands for the Computer Automated Land Cover System. So with this system, we can, on a 2-yearly basis, we can develop change maps. The only issue with it is it can't look back in time. And so we don't have a national inventory for our forests, woodlands, and grasslands. So what we do is we use change maps. But we have a huge gap when you look at our change maps between 1990 to 2014. And yeah, we're trying to plug that gap. But yeah, the main constraint up to now has been funding. So we don't have a shortage of technical or scientific expertise in the country. It's just finding the funds to actually finance the work. So yeah, it would be useful if the mitigation work program or the IFEs could address some of the ex-ante finance needs, to develop the systems, infrastructure, and also for partial implementation that could be upscaled over time. And I think I'm done, yeah. I'll hand over to my colleague now. Thanks.
Great. Thanks very much, Ichel. And good afternoon, colleagues, and good morning and good evening to those that are joining online. And thanks very much to the co-chairs in the meeting for this opportunity. My name is Mandy Barnett. I'm from the South African National Biodiversity Institute, and I'm an implementer. And one thing I really love about these kinds of meetings is I get to meet my negotiators who I never really see back home and see how we can make linkages between our programs of work. So I think this is a great opportunity like that. SANBI is a National Biodiversity Institute. We are constituted under the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment as a public entity, and we're one of 2 South African direct access entities who are accredited with the Adaptation Fund and the Green Climate Fund. This positions us really well to play at the biodiversity climate change nexus, which we do with very explicit ecosystem-based adaptation objectives, but implicit ecosystem-based mitigation objectives. I know you don't use that term officially in your work, but it's a term that we've started to use as we start to articulate the mitigation components of the climate change work that we're working with. So today I'm going to share with you some of our experiences, and I'm going to link some of them to the comments that were made over the last 2 days to show you how we are solving some of the issues, solving, not quite solved. What I think is really interesting about the forest mitigation program is how granular it is. And that reminds me, of course, of adaptation, which is very granular. So in the adaptation space, we talk a lot about process, working with communities, safeguards, all of the work that the indigenous peoples were putting forward. And I think there are a lot of lessons in the adaptation space and, of course, the community-based programs of work generally that the mitigation forest program can be drawing on. So really for us to not be reinventing wheels, but remembering that there's expertise in many places. So the first project to show you is a project where, if I could go to the next slide, please. Oh, I've got this thing. There we go. It's a project where we cascaded climate finance to the ground. And this project came about when we very excitedly went to our stakeholders all the way back in probably 2012 to tell them that SANBI was accredited as a national implementing entity of the Adaptation Fund, and that meant we would be receiving funding directly. And the community representative said, what do you mean direct finance if it's millions of dollars to government? Direct finance is when you give us funding so that we can lead our responses ourselves. And out of that, the Small Grant Facility project was born. It happened over a period of approximately 6 years. It supported 12 local grants of about $100,000 each and delivered a range of really tangible impacts on the ground. These are all measured, and these are in quite a lot of project documentation for those that are interested in more information. Through the project, the communities were empowered to deliver their own adaptation responses. Funds were provided directly to the communities or their selected intermediaries. Local level governance systems were established to support decision-making, coordination and alignment, and capacity building and extension support were provided throughout and also beyond, because we're looking at how do we sustain the site-based interventions much beyond where the projects close. Just to give you a flavor from one of the examples, I don't know if you can read the text, it's quite small from where you are. This was a project in one of our northern, very dry areas where there were communities that were practicing livestock farming with cows and sheep. And the animals were really suffering under the climate conditions, which were heating and drying. And what then what they were doing in turn, it was overgrazing the veldt, overgrazing the natural environment. So really impacting on the soil carbon that was there. And what the project did was support the community based on what they wanted to interbreed their herds with more climate resilient livestock, resulting in climate resilient babies that are kinder to the grasslands when they graze, with very many hectares of improved biodiversity management. So adaptation outcomes, but also mitigation outcomes. We didn't actually measure the mitigation outcomes, because we don't really have methodologies that are accessible to us yet, but I think that's something that would be worth having a look at investing in. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that was all animated. Okay, so just summarizing this particular project, 6 years of implementation, lots of lessons of what to do and sometimes what not to do around cascading climate finance to the local level. And importantly, or interestingly, plans are underway to scale this project with another investment from the Adaptation Fund and possibly the Green Climate Fund, and also mainstreaming into a new national fund that is emerging in South Africa. Now, the second project that I've only got 2 projects. Oops, and I don't know how to go up. Okay, never mind. We'll just go to this one. I'll take you on a little field trip. So the second project was a project called the Umgeni Resilience Project. It was a $7.5 million project in a catchment in South Africa. And the photograph on the screen is the catchment. This is the field trip that I'm taking you on. So this is what the receiving environment looks like. Very hilly topography. In the little picture on the top left, you can see the bush encroachment that Ichel was talking about. You can see the homestead. You can see the bush coming very close to where the vegetable garden is, and the communities complain about bush pigs coming in and eating all of their produce. In the middle, you can see cattle grazing on the grasslands. You can see the erosion, and on the bottom left, some of the farmers. This project employed a multi-sectoral approach with a multi-hazard early warning system, investments in agriculture, investments in ecological infrastructure, and investments in the built environment to address some of the issues that I just pointed out in the pictures. And responding to the temperature increases, the extreme storm events, and the seasonal shifts, what the project did was work with communities to improve their agricultural production, introducing new crop varieties. It worked to do rehabilitation and restoration work on the grasslands, supporting flood attenuation and groundwater recharge, and worked with smallholder farmers to support crop variety introductions and irrigation support. Sorry, that was the first point. And then what I should have mentioned first was invasive alien removal to deal with the bush encroachment issue and also the fire problems that come along with that. So what we're doing with all of this work currently, I'm sad the GCF colleague has left, is that we're trying to scale this work through a program of work with the GCF. Sandby's got 3 small GCF projects. Small is $50 million in the GCF world under development. One looking at flood, fires, and droughts. One looking at smallholder farmers, and one looking at water security through securing our strategic water source areas or water towers. And all of these have got implicit mitigation co-benefits. So I think what we need to be focusing on quite strongly in South Africa is moving towards being able to measure this so we can put it at the front together with the adaptation benefits. At the moment, we're terrified of it because of the way the GCF scrutinizes the way the mitigation calculations are developed. So finally, colleagues, last slide, just to say that I think an important lesson for what we're doing is how important it is to adopt a systems approach in the work. We need to see climate change responses in the context of sustainable development. So we address multiple problems with integrated solutions at the same time. We need to respect and empower local action, devolve decision-making to the lowest possible level, while simultaneously investing in the enabling environment for replication and scaling. And finally, just to recognize that mitigation co-benefits almost always occur with ecosystem-based adaptation, and we can be moving to better quantify these. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I think your integrated presentation really brought forward both the mitigation and adaptation aspects, both also from your respective roles, and shows how it plays out on the ground. So thank you very much for that. I'll open again the floor for a couple of questions. And while you're getting your thoughts together on the questions, I'll turn to Caetano from GCF to pose the question that the EU had put forward earlier, which related to how does GCF interact with country platforms? And if you could say a little bit more about the social and environmental frameworks, which I think was understood as being seen as a barrier, yet there's, of course, a desire that this be actually one of the positive elements that could be brought forth within the financing frameworks.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair.
Yes, let me start with the second part of the question, and I apologize if the message came through as environmental and social safeguards being a liability. Not at all. In fact, in GCF, we have very stringent standards when it comes to environmental and social safeguards, and this is the way we should be, because we need to ensure that our action on the ground have the most possible positive impacts and avoid negative implications. However, in order to prepare a strong environmental and social framework and action plan, there's needs for incurring in what are significant costs. If you want to do a project that reaches the local level, and you want this project to be built with the participation of the beneficiaries, you need to go to the local level, do consultations. These are exercises that are very costly, and this is why I presented them as a barrier, because that money is not always available. At GCF, we do have financing for all our projects that is dedicated to consultations and is dedicated to environmental and social and gender action plans, among other things. But as I said, that financing is not always available, and it may be a barrier in those contexts. Regarding country platforms, the concept of country platform is not necessarily new. I think we've seen many sort of coordination mechanisms through the aid effectiveness agenda. But it's a sort of an evolution of those coordination mechanisms. Coordination mechanisms have been very useful in setting policies, priorities, influencing the enabling environment landscape. But country platforms are taking additional steps towards the resource mobilization. So what we are seeing in a couple of countries is that these country platforms have secretariats that work on moving those priorities that may come from the NDCs or from the NAPs into bankable project ideas. So again, a series of technical, economic feasibility studies can be commissioned by the Secretariat. And then they also have a role in identifying the most pertinent source of financing for each intervention. There are priorities that can be covered by the market, and so private sector may come in with naturally or with certain tweaks in the enabling environment, for example. But there are other projects that may face significant perceived risks, where you need a partner to come in with concessional financing to be able to mitigate those risks. And for example, this is actually a big part of our mandate, is to come in as a first loss partner for many financing structures that can provide some confidence to other investors to come in and be able to reach climate impact at scale. So country platforms have those roles also in identifying the best source of financing according to the comparative advantages of the financier and the nature of the project. From GCF, we can finance country platforms through the readiness window. For those of you who are not familiar with this, the readiness window is a window by which each country has up to $4 million of grant resources to support a variety of topics related to capacities and policy setting, programming, developing of climate pipelines, and monitoring and evaluation. So because of their nature, country platforms are susceptible of being financed by readiness. And in fact, we are supporting one case in Brazil, one case in South Africa, and we are currently working with other countries, at least in the Latin American region, that can also support this kind of mechanism. So this is quite available. It's something that our executive director is convinced has an impact. And therefore, if you are interested in learning more about this, please let me know. And if you're not with Latin America, I'll be happy to put you in touch with my relevant colleagues in the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cayetano. Now the questions for our colleagues from South Africa. Palau.
Thank you very much for the presentations. And I have to say the last presentation from the South African National Biodiversity Institute really resonated with a lot of things that we're doing in the Pacific. My name is Espen Ronneberg. I work for the Secretariat of the Pacific Community. We're a regional organization in the Pacific. Just a couple of questions. So you mentioned in your presentation that there were invasive species encroaching on the farmland. Now, we have similar problems in the Pacific, but these are mainly alien invasive species, and the problems that we're having with them mainly occur when we have extreme weather events and cyclones and the like. But are there other impacts that you're concerned about with the invasive species in South Africa? The second point relates to the introduction of alternative breeds and crops. So SPC runs what's called the Center for Pacific Agricultural Crops and Trees, which is like a regional gene bank on different key species of trees and plants. And we've done some work around this in the region. For example, there are salt-resistant varieties of some of the key food crops like taro. But one of the things that we learned quickly was the most important thing that you have to do is to conduct a taste test before you deploy any large amount of these alternative crops, because there's no point in having the farmers grow it if nobody's going to eat it. Now that was particularly for salt-resistant crop. It might be different for crops in inland areas, of course. But I just wanted to check whether you have carried out such taste tests with the new breeds and crops. Thank you.
Okay, I'll collect two more questions. I think of Zimbabwe and then civil society, and then the panelists can respond. Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much. My first question will go to Mandy. In terms of the mitigation core benefits, do you see any additionality in the event that you have methodologies provided to measure the mitigation core benefits? And to what extent do you envisage that it can unlock any source of financing? And then the second question goes to Ichal in terms of the national fund that has been established in your act. What are the sources of financing that are going to capitalize the fund, and what funding instruments do you want to be dispersing into which particular sectors? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to know if you are how are you considering these actions and activities on your under your new NDC and NAPS, of course, and complementing my colleague from Zimbabwe, how you thinking that you can finance that we need to deliver, coming from GST, that's halt and reverse the deforestation degradation by 2030. Thank you very much.
I will also utilize my prerogative as a chair and throw in one little question. Earlier this morning, there was a question that was raised around how to bring some of these examples that we're hearing to scale. And when I listened to the example of the small grants facility, which addresses an issue that was raised several times about how we bring resources to the community, what are some of the pertinent lessons that you have learned over the last 6 years, and if you have any thoughts around how this could be scaled up beyond the community that is currently benefiting from those resources.
Okay, great. Thanks very much for the questions. I'll try to remember the ones that were for me, and then Ichal, I'll hand over to you. So first of all, the issue of invasive species, alien species, it's a big issue in South Africa. The main impacts, and they are very related to climate change, are impacts, first of all, on water, because they tend to be very thirsty. And secondly, impacts on fire, because they tend to burn at hotter temperatures and more intensely than the biodiversity that is naturally there. And many of the ecosystems are fire-prone ecosystems. So the invasive alien species cause problems for fire regimes and for water, in addition, of course, to what I showed in terms of impacting on farmlands and so on. SANBI actually has a very big program of work that looks at monitoring the state of invasive alien species and working around different methodologies for being able to deal with the problem, which is quite massive. In terms of the taste test, the alternative breeds that I was talking about in the example was introducing alternative sheep and goats. So I don't think we did a taste test on the sheep and goats, but I suspect they would taste the same. Okay. But for the crops, we work with crop scientists that are working with the farmers to introduce different crop varieties. Sometimes it's heirloom varieties that are introducing. There's very little genetic modification or that kind of thing in the projects that we've been working on. And of course, those would trigger lots of safeguards if that were to be supported. In terms of the methodologies, thanks very much for that question from, I think it was Zimbabwe. Actually, it's something that I was discussing with Ichil, because I think when we secure the funding from the GCF, surely there must be an opportunity to peel off a little bit of it to make the methodologies more robust to be able to properly capture the carbon benefits. So it's something that I would like to look at. It's not something we've tested with the GCF yet, but it's a really little bit of money in a project that is $40 or $50 million. So, you know, sometimes I think overcoming barriers like that are important. And then the final one for me is one of my favorite topics, which is how do we take locally led adaptation to scale? When the Adaptation Fund project was developed, it was the first what was called Enhanced Direct Access project of the Adaptation Fund. And Angela, I think you were probably around at the Adaptation Fund at the time. Our intention now is to take that pilot, which, to be honest, was very difficult. Getting money to the ground in a way that isn't violent was the word that was used on local communities when you're working in the kind of regulatory environments that the funds work in is very difficult. And it's got to do with risk, where no one wants to absorb the risk, and what happens is you end up putting the risk on the local communities. So we've been doing a lot of thinking around how do you absorb the risk higher up? Can we get the funds to absorb some of the risk? What I mean is if some of the money doesn't get used exactly how it was supposed to be used, which often happens on the ground in communities, who will be accountable for that? So there's been a lot of thinking around how to improve the back end of implementation. And what we're planning to do now with 3 Adaptation Fund grants is scale the project out of the 2 districts where we worked into an additional 8, which will then give us national coverage, where we'll have 1 district in each province. And the plan then is to move it into this new National Climate Change Response Fund that is being put forward as one of the mechanisms that will support the new Climate Change Act. So we've already got some of the wording, sneaked it into the policy development of the Act, because we really think that creating a financial instrument that allows communities to lead their own adaptation responses is really important if we're going to empower them to respond to climate change. And with the mention of the Act, I think I can turn to Ichil for his questions. Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks. Thanks a lot for the questions. I'll try to. I wrote some of it down, but if I forget any of it, just you can just maybe repeat. On invasive species, we actually have a national program that just focuses on exotic invasives. But as I said, with the increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide, you also get bush encroachment in our dryland forest. This is grasslands and savanna woodlands. And yeah, we did a study in 2018, as I said, and we found that there's actually there's more than 40 encroacher species. So even indigenous species can become invasive. So and this has a this has a significant impact on this, on the functioning of these ecosystems, because it impacts on biodiversity, on fire regimes, on livelihoods. We have a lot of subsistence farming in a lot of these vegetation types. So yeah, so even indigenous, so we busy with a process to actually get bush encroachment classified as a form of degradation in my country, because although it contributes to the national sink, it has other bigger impacts on the systems, as I've said, and those are the impacts we need to mitigate. On the national fund, yeah, the act was only adopted last year, and recently there was a proclamation to actually sign some of those provisions, into law. So yeah, they're still working on the specifics on the fund, but I assume initially the fund will be funded from the national fiscus, and then there'll be mobilization of other funds. There was a question on the NDC and I think the actions that I mentioned. So, as I said, those are only the 8 principal mitigation options for the land sector. We did a follow emissions baseline some years ago, and we actually identified more than 17 options for the entire follow sector. And if you look at our last NDC, the land sector was quite underrepresented, but that was because of lack of policies, and it's important to have some of those targets, those specific targets, in adopted policy. Otherwise, at a national level, you have an unfunded mandate. So, as I said, we have about 17 PAMs or even more now for the follow sector. For our current NDC, we've actually set up a land sector expert group and we're considering some of these PAMs that need to go into the NDC. But as a basis, if you look at our sectoral emission targets, I don't think it's been approved as yet, but it's in final draft. If you look at it, we have both quantitative and qualitative targets, and within both of these, we have land-based PAMs, and the sets are also going to be a basis for the NDC. So there's some interesting work that we're doing there. If you want a bit more detail, we can discuss it. So yeah, that's all I can remember, unless I missed something else. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Please join me in giving a round of applause to our 2 presenters. That was an excellent presentation. Okay, it is now 4:07. We will take a coffee break for 13 minutes, and we will resume at 4:20. We still have a number of case studies that we would like to give adequate time to, so please grab your coffee and be back here in 13 minutes. See you shortly.
Well, colleagues, please grab your seats. We are going to start for this last session. So we still have 4 case studies to share with you. We will first invite colleagues from Brazil, and then Australia, and then Costa Rica, and Japan. And we propose to save some time. We will leave this question and answers session to the end. So after these 4 case study presentations, we will then have a question and answer session. I hope that would save some time. So first, let me invite Mr. João-Frederic França, the Climate Finance Advisor, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, and Ms. Fernanda Garavini, the head of the Amazon Fund Department, Brazilian Development Bank, to come to the podium to share with us the practice information from Brazil, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. I'm Fernanda Garavini. I've been working for the last 16 years in the Brazilian Development Bank. It's a very old institution in Brazil, more than 70 years. And it was an institution, as you are going to see, that embraced the Amazon Fund, because the Amazon Fund needed a bank to make the management of the resources, and we had BNDES in Brazil in order to do so. And now I'm the head of the Amazon Fund for the last almost 3 years. The presentation.
So colleagues, would you mind to share the presentation? Yes, thanks.
So for the, is it here? Okay. Okay. So the Amazon Fund, it's 17 years from now. Today, it's the biggest implemented REDD+ experience, and we have $1.5 billion in donations, and a great part of it already compromised with the projects, as we are going to see. And it's very important because today we have 7 countries contributing to the Amazon Fund. So it's the main concrete actions in cooperation in the agenda to combat deforestation in the Amazon regions. And we have external auditing, and as we are in BNDES, the Brazilian Public and Development Bank, we are also audited by the main institutions in Brazil. The Court of... So I'd like to tell you a little, why do we have the Amazon Fund in Brazil? Of course, Brazil has most part of the Amazon biome is in Brazil, but it's not just this. I think 3 main points are very important for you to understand why we have the Amazon Fund in Brazil. First, we have, since the late 80s, the National Institute for Space Research, INPE, a very well-known institution that had the figures for the deforestation in Brazil. So we had data, we had a session here to discuss data, and having data was very important for the Amazon Fund to exist. For more than 40 years, almost 40 years, we have this data of deforestation in the Amazon region. It was very important for us in 2004 to have the public policy, the PPCDAN, the plan to fight and prevent deforestation, to be set by the first Lula presidents, and it was a very well succeeded program. We had this in March when we have good figures in the economy, so we could make both. We could put deforestation down, having good economic figures, and also putting starvation down in Brazil. It was a very important moment at this time, at the very beginning of the plan. We also had Marina Silva and the other ministers followed this plan. It was very important. And then we put deforestation down by 80% in Brazil. And such a figure involved public policies, private sector, civil society. It was a whole, it involved all the society in Brazil for us to get to these figures. So in the COP13 in Bali, these figures were presented, and we were lucky that at the same room, a representation from Norway were there, and he believed us, and he said, oh, Brazil has a service for the world by putting the deforestation down in these figures, and then they support us, they would support us to keep fighting deforestation. So till 2012, 8 years after the launch of PPCDAN, we have cut the 1.2 tons of CO2 for the atmosphere that we didn't emit it. And then we were able to fulfill a decree, to set oil. We made a service for all the world, and then we put a price in this carbon, and many countries could then pay us for this service. But when they will pay for this service that Brazil played, they should be well, it should be clear for them where to put the money, where these resources would be used. Then this resource would be used to keep the PPCDAN, the plan, moving. So this is the same history taught in the years, and the PPCDAN, but I'll talk to you a little about the decree that in 2008, when the case was presented, and the decree, it's a very simple one. It has like 2 pages, but it sets the fundraising mechanisms that they put on price for the carbon, set the governance, that is very important. I'll tell you a little more about it, and tells about the management of it that was set for BNDES to be the one taking care of the donations and the project supports, and all the auditing of the projects, both for BNDES and the projects in field. So then we get today to the 17th anniversary of the Amazon Fund, not without any surprises. From 2019 to 2022, unfortunately, all the governance that I will show you was suspended, and then we were not able to make new projects once the governance that set the guidelines for the projects were not in place anymore. But fortunately, the donors, they could have taken the donations from BNDES, but we had at this time 105 projects in place, and we needed to keep with the disbursements and the monitoring of these projects. And then the donors at this time, Norway, 90% of the donations, and Germany, and Petrobras a little bit, they understand that the resource should remain in BNDES for BNDES to make the disbursements and the monitoring of the projects already in field. So I told you about the existence of the INPE that does the measuring of deforestation. I told you about the PPCDAN, the public policy. I talked you a little about BNDES, but then for the Amazon Fund to exist, its governance, it's very important. And it's a 3-bench steering committee, 1 bench from the federal government, 1 from all the 9 states in the Amazon region,
and one of the civil society. And there were many comments, and here, not here today and yesterday, about the importance of the civil society. And we saw it very important in the Amazon Fund because we have, for example, the coordination of the indigenous peoples in Brazil in the Amazon Fund steering committee since its very beginning. So they are always very challenging us to make further for the indigenous and the traditional people to have agenda on not only being part of the project, but being part of the designing, being part of the governance. So for us, it's very important, and also that all the decisions making in this steering committee are making in consensus. So they have to agree on it. It's not easy, but it was, I think it's part of the success of the Amazon Fund. And this steering committee, it was, when it was put in place again in 1st January 2023, there was just one small difference, but an important one, that in the bench of the federal government, the new Ministry for Indigenous People, it also took place in this steering committee. So we had to restart again, to reestablish the governance, recreation, all the structure dedicated to the Amazon Fund. We still have the Amazon Fund in BNDES, but we didn't have a division for it. So the division was recreated, and that's when I came back to the Amazon Fund. And we have also the reconstruction of the public policy. Indeed, we had no more PPCDAN, the plan to prevent and fight deforestation. So the federal government also had to put the plan in place again. And we had to set new guidelines for the Amazon Fund in conjunction with the public policy. So we had a very difficult situation. I think some of you may see this for crime in the Amazon region, for illegal mining, and so on. So we have to review and approve the projects that were interrupted. We had to make new public calls, also linked to the public policies that should have that should engage all the territory, not small projects, and we should and we need to work together with the states. So, oh, it's not this yet. Oh, it's not the plan. I think that's part of the, out here. How do I come back? Oh, so since 2003, as I have told you, we have Norway and Germany as donors, and then we have the United Kingdom, Denmark, the United States, Switzerland, and Japan, and Denmark, and it was very good for us that Norway and Germany, they made new donations for the Amazon Fund. And that's the figures. But that I think it's very interesting to present for you here, that all the Amazon Fund can support projects in every axe of the PPCDAN. So we support a lot of projects for the sustainable production, a lot for monitoring control, as is very needed, land use and planning, as put by our colleague from the GCF. It's very important for us to improve this in Brazil and in Amazon, and other economic instruments. So today we have 120, this number is already changed from last month from here, 156 projects in the field, almost $1 billion in support, and more than half of 2/3 of this already disbursed. As you can see, if you see, most of the projects are in the Amazon region, but we can use up to 20% of the resources in other biomes of Brazil and in other countries with rainforest. And it's, I'd like just to briefly share with you our strategy for this new time frame, and it's very important for us to put together the conservation and the improvement of the quality of life of people living in the Amazon region. We have almost 20 million people living in the Amazon region in Brazil, not 1/3 of it in the forest. When we talk about forest, we talk also about people. The social we have not a biodiversity, not only biodiversity in the Amazon region, we have social biodiversity. So as you're going to see, we are engaging in projects that put together sustainability and the improvement of life. For example, we are doing projects that that promotes the sustainability and the production for food security. We have projects that takes care of the water access for the population. And at the same time, we cannot forget that the importance of the strengthening of the environment governance, mainly for the states. And we should also improve the prevention and control of deforestation and fires. Last year, we had this in many other areas, but we have very important fires in the Amazon region, and that's why one of our main actions last year was to approve projects for the 9 states for the firefighters. And more than 10 years ago, we made a first round of support for the firefighters, and it was very important because firefighters took so much care about the forest, so they knew, oh, we have also to take care of the forest. Oh, please, sorry. So that's it at the end of the session. If you have questions, I'll be very happy to answer to you and to debate the Amazon Fund with you. Thank you very much.
So before I start, we have planned to show you a video. Let's see if it will work. I hope it will help you after coffee break. So let's see if it works. Oh. Just, yeah.
A Terra está chegando ao ponto de não retorno. Bilhões de toneladas de CO2 estão sendo emitidos na atmosfera. Reduzir essa emissão é essencial. Mas já não é suficiente. É preciso ir além. Mas como? Por meio de uma tecnologia rápida, prática, barata e disponível. Plantar árvores e restaurar florestas. Agora imagine fazer isso nos locais devastados da floresta amazônica. A região que só por existir garante que a Terra permaneça 1 grau Celsius mais fria. O Brasil possui uma vasta área que se estende por toda a borda da Amazônia, fortemente desmatada ao longo de décadas. É nessa região que o governo brasileiro vai reconstruir milhões de hectares de mata nativa e transformar o arco do desmatamento no arco da restauração. Esse projeto já começou. Viabilizado pelo BNDES em parceria com o Ministério do Meio Ambiente e Mudança do Clima, o Arco da Restauração garante reconstruir 6 milhões de hectares de floresta nativa, retirando 1,65 bilhão de toneladas de CO2 até 2030. O Brasil já investiu R$1 bilhão, mas ainda são necessários investimentos de 50 bilhões de reais e a participação de governos, comunidades locais, empresas e cooperações internacionais. Na segunda fase, queremos entregar ao planeta mais 18 milhões de hectares de floresta restaurada até 2050. O Arco da Restauração é um projeto que reconstrói e preserva os ecossistemas e sua biodiversidade. Além de criar uma barreira que protege o bioma contra o avanço do desmatamento, esse processo inclui as comunidades tradicionais, gera empregos verdes e, claro, mais renda. E faz tudo isso capturando carbono e resfriando a terra. Arco da Restauração, a solução que vem da Amazônia, pela Amazônia.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you all here today. Good morning or good evening for those who are with us online in other time zones. I'd like to thank the co-chairs and the Secretariat for the opportunity to present our case studies. And before I start, just adding to what my colleague from BNDES, Fernanda, just said about the history of declining deforestation in Brazil, I'd like to share with you some fresh news based on an independent report that was launched last Wednesday. Deforestation in the Amazon decreased by 70% in 2024 compared to 2023, and by 46% in comparison with 2022. If we consider all biomes together, deforestation in Brazil declined by 32% last year. So we're going to talk today about the National Plan for the Recovery of Native Vegetation and the Arc of Restoration. The National Plan for the Recovery of Native Vegetation, the Plenary, is based on a few guidelines, such as promoting the recovery of production chain, improving regulatory frameworks, structuring a robust monitoring system, and promoting research and innovation. These guidelines translate into a few cross-cutting strategies for some key areas, and they are implemented in the territories organized within clusters, so clusters of private areas, public areas, and rural areas with low productivity. The main goal of Plenary is to promote the recovery of 12 million hectares in all Brazilian biomes by 2030. And in addition to Plenary, as our colleague from GCF was referring in his presentation, what you see in this light green area of the Brazilian map is the so-called the arc of deforestation. And we have this new initiative recently launched to transform the arc of deforestation in the arc of restoration. So the main target of this initiative is to restore 24 million hectares by 2050, and we expect to do this in a phased approach. So in the first phase, we expect to restore 6 million hectares by 2030, starting with areas that are less complex or less costly. This first phase requires investments of about $10 billion. On the second phase, we plan to restore additional 18 million hectares between 2030 and 2050, an effort which would need about $30 billion. But we cannot wait for this resource to be available, so we have to start with what we have in place. And Brazil has allocated around already 1 billion reais, which is roughly a little bit less than $200 million, and $90 million of which from the Amazon Fund fueled a project, a call for projects named Restore Amazon, which we're going to talk now a little bit too. So the Restore Amazon involves 7 Brazilian states and at least 50 municipalities, divided into 3 macro regions. So, and for each one of these macro regions, we have a managing partner from civil society. So in the western part of the arc, we have the Brazilian Institute of Municipal Administration, IBAM. In the central part, we have the Brazilian Foundation for Sustainable Development, FBDS. And in the eastern part, where we found the states of Maranhão and Pará, whose capital is Belém, where we have the next COP. In this part, we have as a managing partner Conservation International Brazil. So these macro regions comprise different kinds of territories, which can be grouped as conservation units, indigenous and local communities' lands, agrarian farm settlements, family farming properties, and undesignated public areas. Each one of them have their own focus and approach for restoration. And so these are the 3 public calls that we launched already with the Amazon Fund resources, one for the conservation units, another one for the indigenous and local community lands, and the 3rd one for agrarian reform and settlements. And in this slide, you can see how we foresee to finance the arc of restoration. So we count on our partner countries, and since some donors are in the room, I'd like to seize this opportunity to thank them once again. We also expect the international multilateral financial institutions, capital markets, and these financial resources could help us through donations to fill the Amazon Fund, and for the Amazon Fund to expand the non-reimbursable projects to the benefit of conservation units, in indigenous people and local community lands, and family farming areas. For the National Climate Fund, we have the possibility to have concessional loans with the National Treasury serving as a hedge. And this would benefit rural producers, productive forests, and companies to consolidate the agroforestry business model in the region. And all these efforts leads us to a learning process in which we were able to identify some key challenges and opportunities in restoring the Brazilian Amazon. And I was really interested to see, based on the presentations from my colleagues from Indonesia and South Africa, as you will see, many challenges and opportunities are similar into our regions, and this is really, really interesting, I think. So talking about the challenges, first we have the scale of the territories that we are dealing with, the scale of a subcontinent, and also the scale of the financial resources that are needed, as you could see. The vast majority of local species from the Amazon have important limitations also in terms of storage of seeds and seedlings, which requires technical innovations in order to promote restoration, while preserving the genetic megadiversity of the Amazon. Also, we have to develop new key performance indicators so that we can measure not only quantitative, but also qualitative aspects of restoration. Also, other challenges are related to land tenure disputes and uncertainties, which also were quoted in other presentations. And also, we need to combat environmental crimes. And by saying this, I would like to highlight the contributions of the Brazilian Federal Police in command and control activities under the current administration, which play a vital role for the deforestation reduction figures I just mentioned in the opening of my presentation. Now, talking about opportunities, as we see, restoration can entail new value chains, which are prone to create new jobs and businesses opportunities. As a spillover effect, restoration also offers us opportunities for bioeconomy to flourish. It's also an opportunity to foster socioeconomic inclusion of indigenous people and local communities, valuing their traditional knowledge and rewarding them from their ecosystem services. Finally, restoration, as we see, also represents an opportunity to explore possible synergies between the 3 Rio Conventions in practical terms. So to conclude, I believe that the restoration efforts that we have presented here well illustrate the fact that we have, on the one hand, developing countries trying to maintain alive their tropical forests, which is something that requires vast financial and human resources, technology, MRV systems, and strong institutional capabilities. And on the other hand, we frequently see, unfortunately, is a lack of means of implementation to underpin mitigation efforts in these same tropical forests. So I would like to invite the international community to join efforts with us in this endeavor so as to mitigate climate change through the preservation and restoration of developing countries' forests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernanda and Joan, for their introduction and the presentations regarding to the practice in Brazil. Just as said, to try to save some time, we will leave the question and answer session to the end. So may I invite our colleagues from Australia to come to the podium let me invite Ms. Mia Ryan, the Assistant Director and UNCCC Mitigation Lead, the Multilateral Negotiation and Strategy Section, Australian Department of Climate Change, Energy and the Environment and Water. Mia, please. And if we wish to conclude by 6 o'clock, may I just suggest that the rest of the 3 presentations to keep in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Mia, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, my name's Mia. I work at the Australian Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. I am here today to talk about financing for domestic fire management in Australia. Yes. So I'll just start, as is our custom in Australia, by acknowledging the First Nations people of Australia, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, who are the traditional owners of our country and one of the oldest surviving cultures in the world. And I also recognise all Indigenous peoples of all nations. So I'll just start with a bit of an overview of fire management in Australia. Australia has some of the most fire-prone ecosystems in the world, and living with fire risk is a normal part of life for Australians and has been for all of Australia's history. But climate change is absolutely increasing the severity and frequency of fires. Australia's environment and how fire behaves is changing, and fire patterns are becoming more difficult to predict, which is certainly having impacts on how we manage fire. The bushfires of 2019 to 2020 in Australia were absolutely unprecedented in terms of the number of fires, their severity, extent, and the damage caused to infrastructure and the environment. The fires covered almost 8 million hectares, and that included heritage rainforests that don't ordinarily experience fires. And while the risk of bushfires cannot be completely eliminated, the government does have an important role to play to reduce their impact through effective planning and management. I've listed on the slide the 4 main components of fire management in Australia. The first is planning, so fire management and response planning. Then there's hazard reduction and preventative action, emergency response and firefighting, and lastly, recovery and rehabilitation. And the last point I'll make here is that much of Australia's native vegetation has evolved to be tolerant to fire or even dependent on fire. So of course there is a big variety of native vegetation and ecosystems in Australia. Fire can be very damaging in some circumstances, but essential for maintaining a productive environment in others, and this all needs to be taken into account in fire management. I'll give a quick overview of governance and financing of fire management in Australia. Responsibility for bushfire management is split across the 3 levels of government. The blue boxes give a summary of how this works. The list of agencies is not comprehensive, but it does give you an idea. So at the national level, the Australian government is responsible for nationally significant environmental matters and for international policy. It also plays a role in leadership and coordinating a national approach to issues that intersect with forest and bushfire management. The state and territory governments have the primary responsibility for land and fire management, and this recognises their constitutional responsibility for land use decisions and emergency management. And lastly, local governments have responsibility for land use planning, which can affect fire management, particularly in zones where urban meets rural or natural areas. And while arrangements do vary between the different jurisdictions, each state and territory does have in place systems to coordinate emergency responses to bushfires. One example of that is that Australian fire agencies all use the same incident control system for emergency management. This is known as the Australasian Inter-Service Incident Management System, and it ensures that agencies are using the same command and control structures and use the same terminology while responding to bushfires. In terms of how fire management is financed, I've listed some of the main mechanisms. So of course there is public funding from all levels of government, so grants, one-off recovery payment, tax exemptions and other incentives are all come under that. State and territory governments have, some state and territory governments, have bespoke levies to support emergency services. So for example, the New South Wales government collects funds to support emergency services through a levy on local councils, insurance companies and foreign insurance policyholders. The insurance industry contributes 73.7% of funding for the New South Wales Fire and Rescue Service, for example. We also have market-based mechanisms like the Australian Carbon Credit Unit Scheme or the ACU scheme, and I'll go into more detail on that later. And lastly, donations and fundraising also play a role in supporting fire management, particularly to support rehabilitation and recovery after major events. So there were hundreds of millions of dollars donated after the 2019-2020 bushfires in Australia. So I'm going to go through a specific case study. This is of traditional methods of controlled burning or cultural burning. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in Australia have used fire to manage the land and maintain ecosystems for over 65,000 years. This is called cultural burning and can also be referred to as fire stick farming and cool burning. Cultural burning maintains a traditional ecological practice that has worked effectively for tens of thousands of years in Australia, and these practices are deeply entwined with First Nations people's cultural and spiritual heritage. Cultural burning uses small fires lit in a mosaic pattern to reduce fire fuel while protecting tree canopy, clearing the ground and encouraging new growth. It reduces emissions and helps to store carbon by reducing the frequency and extent of large fires that release large quantities of carbon and methane. And other benefits include improving soil health, increasing biodiversity, improving habitat quality, protecting life and property, and delivering economic, social and cultural benefits for First Nations Australians. It can be used in a range of ecosystems, including grasslands, savanna, woodlands and rainforests, but the specific methods differ between different ecosystems. So one of the ways the Australian government helps to support cultural burning in savanna ecosystems specifically is through the Australian Carbon Credit Unit Scheme. So savanna ecosystems are obviously a bit different to forest ecosystems, but does have an impact on the frequency and extent of fires in forests. The way it works is by creating incentives for Australian landholders, communities and businesses to adopt new practices and technologies to reduce emissions or sequester carbon. Participants in the ACU scheme earn a carbon credit for every tonne of carbon dioxide equivalent stored or avoided by an approved project. The carbon credit units can then be sold to the private sector or to Australian governments to generate income. There are high integrity standards for the ACU scheme. All projects are regulated by the Clean Energy Regulator in Australia and must be carried out in accordance with a methodology determination. And these are legislative instruments under the Australian Carbon Credits Act. So there are two methods under the ACU scheme that credit reductions in emissions and increases in carbon stored as a result of changes in savanna fire management practices. And these savanna fire management methods recognise First Nations people's traditional burning practices. Projects under savanna fire management methods can earn ACUs by using strategic low-intensity cool burns during the early dry season to reduce the frequency of large high-intensity fires in the late dry season that release higher quantities of greenhouse gas emissions. So these savanna methods are used in over 24 million hectares of land in northern Australia, savanna, and they abate about 1.2 megatons of emissions a year. And the significant majority of projects are Indigenous owned and operated. There is a really great video that I'd be happy to share a link to for anybody who's interested in learning more about this and hearing from Indigenous Australians on this. It was just too long to include in this presentation. Okay, so the last case study I'll mention is the Indigenous Protected Areas Program. This program supports First Nations people to lead biodiversity conservation and land management work on their traditional land and sea country, and that of course includes forest ecosystems. Under this program, management plans are developed to protect natural and cultural values, applying First Nations ecological knowledge alongside Western science. And this program covers 91 dedicated protection areas managed by First Nations people. This is 104 million hectares of land, and it's more than 50% of Australia's national reserve system. Another important point about this program is that it's connected to the Indigenous Ranger program, where the government supports the employment of Indigenous rangers to use both traditional knowledge and modern science to manage country. And they often work collaboratively with conservation agencies and research organisations to do this. There are significant economic and community outcomes for First Nations community in these programs, for example, employment opportunities, education and training, and cultural connection. In terms of how this is funded, it's funded mainly through public grants-based funding from the federal government. The Australian government has committed $231 million to expand and improve the Indigenous Protected Areas program. The funding's distributed through grant rounds. Existing providers go through restricted non-competitive grant rounds to continue their work, and then there are competitive grant rounds for new and expanded protected areas. And the last point is that Indigenous organisations play a very important role in the process. All of the Indigenous protected areas are managed by Indigenous organisations, so the funding goes directly to these corporations and groups of the different Indigenous nations. So that's all for my presentation. I'd be happy to take questions, but I would just want to warn you that I'm not a fire management expert. I'm also not an Indigenous person, and if anybody wants to hear more about this from the experts, I'd be very happy to link you up with the right people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Perfect timing. You saved us 3 minutes for us. As said, we will take the question answers to the end. So thank you so much for sharing with us the overview or picture of how Australia is managing the forest fire, as well as 2 very concrete case studies. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now I would like to invite our colleagues to share the case studies in Costa Rica. So I would like now first invite Ms. Giovanna Varverd-Stark, the Minister Counselor, Special Climate Change Advisor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica, and also Mr. Aaron Denise, our friends, as we moderated our session yesterday, the Environment Manager of the Latin American and Caribbean region for the World Bank. Can we have the slides, please?
Thank you very much, dear co-chairs, for having allowed us to present our case study for Costa Rica and the work that we've been doing with the World Bank. And thank you to all the participants for your interest in this presentation. So we will be doing a shared effort here with Mr. Erwin Denise from the World Bank and myself on behalf of the government of Costa Rica. So let me begin by giving you a very brief overlook on Costa Rica's history in terms of where we are with forest coverage. At the moment, we have 58%, nearly 58% of forest coverage, and net zero deforestation since 2012. We have been a global pioneer in payment for environmental services. Our country's forest sector is central to our NDC, as we all know, under the Paris Agreement and what was agreed under Article 5. What has been key for us in this process has been also the integration of agricultural and environmental policies for climate resilience and a very strong biodiversity conservation throughout our national service for conservation areas.
Thank you, Giovanna. And let me say a few words on behalf of the World Bank. I mean, first of all, it's been a privilege to accompany Costa Rica's journey in the payment for environmental services. And yesterday we spoke a lot about the importance of partnerships, and I think here is really a case of a long-standing, trusted partnership over the past 2 to 3 decades, really supporting Costa Rica with sustainable forest management and climate goals. And from our perspective, really focus areas have been, the strengthening of the institutional capacity, and in particular of the National Forestry Financing Fund, the FONAFIFO, and its capacity to administer payment for environmental services contracts, but also the SINAC, the National System of Conservation Areas, and to make sure that it's more data-driven and community-oriented. From the World Bank, we've supported through the mobilization of climate finance, and in particular on technical assistance and results-based climate finance, and supporting with results-based payments for emission reductions. And this has been done through important partnerships like the Forest Carbon Partnership Fund, the FCPF. And so the role of the World Bank here has been, I would say, in three dimensions. One is as a bank to provide financial support and technical supervision, and also through GEF funding. 2, on a strategic and policy dialogue to incorporate payment for environmental services in national rural policies. And 3, in providing visibility to basically the Costa Rica lessons learned to influence payment for environmental services design in other countries. Now, I would say really this is the World Bank, but this is really the contribution of many donors and many development partners in the REDD+ space, of which many partners are here in the bank, whether it's countries, Norway being one of the important partners of FCPF, but also UN REDD+, community, FAO, etc. This slide, I think, is very important because it shows really the 3 decades of trajectory of Costa Rica's forest sector and the payment for environmental services. And Giovanna will go into each of these steps, but really this is 3 decades of experience, and I would say in 3 blocks. The first one on the left of your slide is how through the early 2000s, the Payment for Environmental Services program was expanded from basically private forest lands to increase the scheme to smallholders, to enhance social inclusion, in particular of indigenous peoples and women, but also to think about sustainable financing mechanisms such as the water users' fees, the CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism, and promotion of environmental service markets. This was a phase where basically the World Bank intervened through channeling of financing through the Global Environment Facility. Then in the middle of the slide, you see here really the importance of the REDD+ readiness, and in particular through the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, all the different building blocks of the REDD+, whether it's the REDD+ strategy, the forest reference emission levels, the monitoring systems, the MRV, but also basically the important participation of indigenous territories, indigenous peoples, and the benefit sharing. And this was very much encouraged through the trusted partnership that the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility is. Now, this has helped Costa Rica to be ready for the next phase, which is tapping into carbon markets, and we will get into this. But so basically here you see this is 3 decades complex, very complex, but also an evolution of this PES to basically going to results-based climate finance and carbon markets. Over to you, Giovanna.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to go a little bit deeper into, let's say, the genesis of what the Payment for Environmental Services was, and it was launched back in '97, so in 2 years that'll be 30 years since we launched this very important mechanism. And it has been crucial for us in terms of creating the incentive for all the citizens that live and or own forest land will preserve it, reforest it, and manage it sustainably. And I think what's interesting about this story, for those of you who don't know it, is how we financed our PES scheme. And we were probably the first country, unless somebody proves differently, that actually set the first carbon tax on fossil fuels. Nobody likes taxes, but those taxes were what helped, what allowed us to create our own fund to be able to pay the families to keep the trees on their land, and also the water tariffs, which for the past almost 30 years as well, 25% of that water tax goes to the FONAFIFO fund. So we have two different sources, let's say, which have been generated at a domestic level. So I think that's very important to keep in perspective, that we have created a fund that has allowed us to invest in land conservation and restoration and forest management, sustainable management for 30 years with about approximately $600 million of domestic resources. So we have that part of the equation, and has been extremely successful, where, as I mentioned, 58%, actually it's 57.1, but very close to being 58%, and according to our commitments with the Global Biodiversity Framework and Goal 3, we're going to, our goal is to arrive at 60% forest coverage by the year 2030. So how are we gonna do this? We have now diversified our financial structure for the PES, for the 2.0, and what we are trying to do with this is to be able to access a lot more of the farmers, the local families, the indigenous peoples that have land, so that they can be allowed an incentive for not the three different incentives, environmental services that we usually have, which are carbon sequestration, water conservation, and biodiversity protection. But to begin with the basics ones of carbon sequestration and biodiversity, and then offer an additional plus to those that are in areas where there's mega diverse biodiversity, or whether they are in areas where there's water, delicate or sensitive areas that need to be protected. So what this scheme is going to allow us to do, and this began in November of last year, is instead of being able to reach 60,000 new hectares per year, with this we'll be able to reach and finance 120,000 hectares per year. And also, I think it's important to share that I think one of the most what has allowed us to be successful with 30 years of implementation with the Payment for Environmental Services and overall forest protection, conservation, and restoration has been our extremely solid policy framework. And we began with forestry law from 1996. So for us, truly, even though we began with the park conservation area back in 1970, the 90s were extremely useful and fruitful and of environmental integrity and commitment, whereby we had the creation of the forestry law, and there it's not listed, but I think it's important. We also created our wildlife conservation law, 96. We also created our law for national systems of protected areas in 98. We also created our biodiversity law in 98. And then the rest of the things that you see here, which are, of course, our national red strategy, which we began preparing, and it took us almost 10 years to get there, from 2011 to 2021. Our national decarbonization plan, because of course, the forestry sector is extremely important in our commitments, and this has been mapped out from 2018 to 2050. And our NDC 3.0, which is under works right now, and as you all know, we are supposed to present this by October 2025. So again, what's important is having strong and robust and long-term policy frameworks. We also have a very inclusive governance scheme whereby indigenous peoples and rural communities are major stakeholders, and transparent MRV systems, benefit sharing, and national forest monitoring.
So still on this question on how the Payment for Environmental Service scheme is financed, and here basically the efforts that Costa Rica undertook on the RED+ and has shown early leadership in carbon finance. Costa Rica was among the first ones to sign an emission reduction payment agreement with the World Bank, with the Forest Carbon Partnership Carbon Fund. It was the first in the Latin America region to also receive a results-based payment. So this emission reduction payment agreement, or ERPA, basically aimed to achieve 12 million tons of CO2 equivalent in verified high quality, high environmental and social quality emission reductions by 2025, unlocking $60 million payments, grant payments to Costa Rica. So Costa Rica was the first country in Latin America to receive a results-based payment in 2022 for $17 million. And this was really the proof of concept of basically delivering high-quality emission reductions. A second payment was received in 2024, and a third and final payment is scheduled for 2027. Another innovation where Costa Rica really was pioneer, and this happened a few months ago, is Costa Rica basically did a pilot sale of 100,000 excess emission reductions, basically in excess of the ERPA, of the emission reduction payment agreement, to a third-party buyer from the LEAF coalition at a much higher price than the fixed price that the Forest Carbon Partnership facility provided. So this really hereby showed proof of concept, but also readiness for the carbon market, and again, gives a new dimension to this Payment for Environmental Services scheme.
Thank you, and we're just going to go rather quickly since I think we almost have like 48 seconds left. But so this one in the transformational impact is just a way of showing in a graph from 1998 to 2023, 2021 to 21, how we were able to reduce our emissions from what we had back in 98, 99, which were 11.6 million tons of CO2 equivalent, to the current, which actually it's a little bit less now, but 0.2 million tons. And this, as explained by Erwin, has been also thanks to all the efforts from all the different partners that we've had in this process. And again, the importance that RED+ has had for us overall, as well as in our strategy to meet our objectives in our NDC. What I wanted to briefly share with you also is that we have had to evolve and change the way that we have the different types of contracts, if you will, that we've had. And for over, let's say, the past 8-9 years, we have focused on the indigenous territories. We have 24 in Costa Rica and 8 different ethnical groups. And what has been wonderful is that they have committed and are extremely interested in being part of this emission reduction contracts, because one of the prerequisites is that they have to have their territorial forest environmental plans, which has to be agreed upon by the collective group. So this has been a really inclusive process, and And it has also allowed to bring resources to some of the poorest and most vulnerable parts of the population of Costa Rica. Forest conservation, well, we touched upon it, and as we mentioned, all of the environmental services that we have focused on over the past 30 years, but I think what's most important is where do we go from now? If we do want to reach our 60% target by 2030, the only way we can do this is by working hand in hand with the agricultural sector. And that has also been part of our medium long-term strategy, and we began, and I was part of that story, 2012 with the first NAMA in the world in the agricultural sector, and it was for the coffee sector. Then we had the NAMA in the livestock sector, which was also first one in the world and has been a leading project for countries that are interested in the agroforestry systems. And of course, the importance that this has in terms of course, maintaining and preserving the biodiversity in those rich areas, like for example, in the coffee production and the high altitude plantations that are very biodiverse and rich. So that has been vital for us. Forest restoration, again, this with our PES 2.0, this is what we have been concentrating on, carbon sequestration and biodiversity, continue with the water regulation and erosion control, and the co-benefits that all of these three different environmental services have for our country.
And last 24 seconds from my side. So on the question on what is next and basically expanding to the agriculture sector from the World Bank, we're very interested to support Costa Rica further in expanding its payment for environmental services mechanism, in particular to help to support Costa Rica with its design of emission reduction programs for the entire AFOLU sector, including coffee, livestock, and sugarcane landscapes. And here the fund that is basically supporting this is the Scaling Climate Action by Lowering Emissions Trust Fund. Costa Rica has also transitioned to the ArchTrees standard for the quantification, monitoring, reporting and verification of greenhouse gas emissions, and here very much at the jurisdictional national scale, Costa Rica being one of the few ones that has it at nationwide. In terms of lessons learned, here very much I think this payment for environmental services was really a cornerstone of forest conservation and resilience for Costa Rica. The CNAC has really helped reverse the deforestation trends and gain forest cover. And as you said, Giovanna, the political commitment, the legal continuity, the community engagement, the blended finance and diversified funding sources have really been extremely important. Lots of challenges, lots of complexity. I mean, these are not easy endeavors, but at the same time, I think there is elements for replicability, and Costa Rica really offers valuable insights. I think platforms like the ones offered by FCPF, Red Plus Knowledge Days, organized with partners, and this encounter here in Panama really offer opportunities to learn from Costa Rica. Thank you.
And I think these are the questions which will be left for the very end if anybody should have them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Joanna and Aaron, for sharing the practices in Costa Rica. Last but not least, let me invite colleagues from Japan. Mr. Toshimasa Masuyama, the team lead, the Forest and Climate, the Forestry Agency of Japan, to share the case of Japan, please.
Thank you, co-chair. I'm very honored to be the last on the speakers list. Thank you very much for your patience. So our topic is very happy to be share with our experience in forest management with a focus on J-credit. Similarly to the Australian case touched upon accused, Japan also has carbon crediting scheme applicable only domestically. So this is run by 3 ministries: Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Industry, as well as MAF, Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries. So, but let me start by talking briefly about the state of forests in Japan. Forests cover nearly 70% of the total land mass. This rate has remained unchanged for several decades, so deforestation is not a major issue, despite some concerns growing over land use conflict with solar panel installations recently. Forest management plays not a minor role in Japan's NDC with its removals target of 72 million tons of CO2 in year 2040. And 40% of the forest land is planted forests. So major tree species of the planted forests include Japanese cedar, cypress, and larch, all of which are native species. So well-managed planted forests are as ecologically sound and diverse as natural forests. The full-scale development of planted forests occurred during 1950s and 60s with an initial aim of rehabilitation from wartime devastation and also meeting increasing demand for wood under the rapid economic growth. Consequently, many of them are over 50 years of age, entering maturity stage, which means they're ready for harvest. So currently, there are 2 main challenges or other opportunities for the establishment of circularity of climate-smart forestry. One is expanding wood use. If wood products are used, substituting for conventional carbon-intensive materials such as steel and concrete, they can bring a large amount of avoided emissions. They also serve as carbon reservoirs in buildings, as you can see an example of wooden frame school. The second challenge is to ensure planting after harvest to develop next generation forest. However, some forest owners give up doing this and just abandon their forest because developing forest requires decades-long commitment along with large upfront costs, possibly wiping out whole timber sale revenue through the harvesting. So it is forest owners and managers that play a role in providing ecosystem services such as disaster risk reduction, headwater conservation, biodiversity conservation. But those services are unfortunately economically external. CO2 removal is also traditionally considered one of the external economies, but things are changing rapidly as the J-credit carbon crediting scheme could become a new source of revenue on top of timber sale. The improved forest management methodology under the J-credit scheme is very much unique in a sense that it embraces we call narrow approach or narrow approach for removals accounting or zero baseline approach. Under this approach, only plots with silviculture activity records are eligible for crediting based on the net carbon stock gains, while plots with no record are not accounted for. Even within the project boundary, additional management activities are promoted in this way. And in this case, which is very illustrative, you can get a total of 300 tons of units, which is equivalent of CO2 removed from the atmosphere. And the underlying principle of this approach is that sustainable timber production should constitute management objectives as part of climate solutions, and that the carbon crediting scheme should not give incentives for shrinking production level. Because no carbon crediting scheme is designed to give incentives to companies making decisions to simply cut production or shut down manufacturing plants. So this should apply to forest management as well, especially for production forests. And this slide shows historical trend of legislation and issuance of forest-derived J credits. Since the launch of the scheme in 2013, forest-derived carbon J credits have been stagnant until recently. However, the year 2020 was a turning point when the government made an announcement on its goal of achieving net zero by 2050. The number of registration began to climb up since then, followed by a surge in issuance. So last year, 770 kilotons of units were issued, which was the single largest among all the methodologies surfacing energy projects. And lastly, I would like to point out that the recent market expansion of forest-derived J credits is driven by corporate demand. As you can see in this slide, a number of big companies from various sectors, including automobile, shipping, e-commerce, steelmaking, brewery, insurance, gas manufacturing, are becoming engaged with forest management directly or indirectly through the purchase of J credits by means of certain finance mechanisms such as long-term offtake agreements, letter of intent, etc. We're also seeing an increasing number of business cases to use forest-derived J credits as a means of branding or differentiating goods and services they offer by offsetting or reducing their carbon footprint. And lastly, one thing to know is that projects that have management objectives of providing core benefits beyond carbon, as we discussed a lot about this, and those projects are more likely to succeed in finding access to business partners making investment decisions. And this is actually a win-win situation for credit sellers and buyers because many companies are interested in forest management as part of the meeting sustainability disclosure requirements through such platforms like ISSB or TNFD. And to conclude, this is perhaps the takeaway for any project developers within and outside countries. So this is my conclusion. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masuyama. Colleagues, we are now 5:15. So as said, we are having this question and answer sessions. If anyone wishes to raise questions to our previous four or six? The four case studies, please raise your flag and please also identify to whom you are going to raise the question to. I see Brazil, please.
Thank you. I'd like to, well, we've had several very interesting presentations here, but I'd like to focus on the presentation by Costa Rica, first by complimenting them for the impressive record that they have. And I would like to ask if they could share a little bit more of their experience with establishing an oil tax back in the 1990s, how was it politically to put this in place, and how have they managed to maintain such an impressive tool for environmental protection for 3 decades? Thank you.
Thank you for these questions. Can I collect several questions, and then we will ask the countries to respond? So the first one is to Costa Rica, and maybe I collect several questions before Joanna gets European Union, please.
Yes, thank you, and also thank you for all these very impressive presentations. Indeed, showing how the challenges related to mitigation in the forestry sector are being addressed. We would have two questions. One question, I think, for Brazil, Costa Rica, and maybe also Australia, is that we heard over the last 2 days that the issue of land tenure is very important in the whole context of avoiding deforestation to offer credibility and long-term perspective. And yeah, we didn't really hear this in these presentations, and I was wondering whether the issue of land tenure and rights is being addressed in the strategies that have been proposed here, and how it is part of it, and also of the financial mechanisms. And another question would be to Brazil. Under opportunities, Brazil highlighted the synergies between the Rio Conventions in practical terms, and our question would be whether you could elaborate a bit on how this is happening on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. We have 2 questions for 3 case studies. If no more questions from the floor, let me first invite Costa Rica to respond to these questions. The first one is about the oil tax. The second one is about the land tenure issues. Can I invite Joanna to respond? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the representative of Brazil for your question. And I think to answer your question, how we've managed to do this for the past 30 years, we can go back even further to 1948, 1949, when we already began our path of commitment to sustainable development. And I will give you one example. In 1948, we created the Costa Rican Institute for Electricity, and there, in the bylaws, it clearly states we must focus on renewable energies. So in 1948, we had already decided that was the path we wanted to take, which is why today we have between 99 and 100% of our energy is produced with a clean and green matrix. So basically that has been, I would say, the reason that since the end of the 40s, beginning of the 50s, that was how we saw ourselves and the path we wanted to take. Of course, there were, with that growth path, there was what happened with most of our countries, I think the expansion in the agricultural and livestock sectors in our countries to ensure food security, and that, of course, we know the impacts that had on land use and land change. So I hope that answered your question as to why in the 90s, but truly it's something that comes back from a little bit further back, and that we have managed to maintain as our guiding view on where we want our country to go in terms of sustainable development in the medium and long-term strategy. With regards to the gentleman's question about land tenure, for us, as I mentioned, we have 24 different indigenous peoples' territories, which are conformed with 8 different indigenous groups, and that has actually made the PSA work in terms of inclusion with them, because they have structured themselves in those territories, and the way that the land tenure is set up, it does not require that they have to have, let's say, the title to their properties or so forth. as would other public or private citizens if they want to be part of the payment for environmental services. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanna. I would now to invite Brazil to answer these two questions. First is also regarding to the land tenure, then the second one is about the synergies across the rural conventions.
Hello. Land tenure is sure a problem in Brazil, not only in Brazil, as it was also present in GCF and for Costa Rica. Especially in the Amazon Fund, we did not have too many projects dealing with this, and we do diagnose that we must act more accurately in this field by providing geo-reference and mapping of these lands, many of them that are not, please, Joan, help me, the ones that are not, the undesignated land. So we are working on this. We are working with, there are some partners that are going to present projects in this field so we can do further. But it is a problem, and it deals also with cartórios. With registry, with the states, and with the unions, so we have to take care of this in a very integrated way. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your questions. In relation to the synergies between the three Rio conventions, we heard this call of working with them more, more holistic, a more coherent manner. So what we believe and the opportunity we see with forest restoration is to exactly work on these synergies in concrete terms. So we believe that forest restoration, by the same token, they present opportunities for climate mitigation, for biodiversity, conservation, especially when we are working with projects like the Arc of Restoration, which intends to recover the Amazon with the native species. It's challenging, we know, but this is the objective. And also in the convention to combat desertification, we also have desertification in Brazil, and the Plenary, which is working not only in the Amazon but on all the biomes in Brazil, also offers an opportunity to work for this convention as well. So this is the holistic approach that we think we could explore more under forums like the current one we are here today. And I'm pleased to talk more about it afterwards. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Fernanda, and also Joan. If Mia, you wish to also respond, please.
Yes, just very quick on the land tenure question. So the Indigenous protected areas are owned and managed by Indigenous people, so the land tenure is owned by Indigenous people and traditional owners. And in the case of the cultural burning under the Savannah fire management method, I'm not entirely sure about all the different projects, but I know a lot of them do occur in Indigenous protected areas, so in those cases as well, the land tenure is owned by Indigenous peoples.
Thank you, Mia. I think time is quite limited. Before we go to the closing sessions, I just want to make use of my privilege as a co-chair to also raise a question to our colleagues from Japan, because we know we are right now on the era of Paris Agreement and we are all implementing our NDCs. So my question is that if the other countries can buy the J credits, and if that was sold to some other countries, is Japan going to apply the corresponding adjustment to your NDC? Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair, for the question. actually J-credit is not directly linked with NDCs. So this is only operationalized based on the voluntary scheme. But the plan is, in Japan, the new law on the title of GX transformation is under deliberation at the Diet. So the plan is to establish, set up a new compliance market starting from 2026. So after that, the demand for J-credit is going to soar. And also in terms of Article 6, we have another carbon crediting scheme, which is under the JCM, Joint Carbon Credit Mechanism. So this is a bilateral scheme. So we have set up agreements with more than 20 countries at the moment. And so if the forest projects is to be included in this JCM scheme, we have to bilaterally agree with the methodology. So at the moment, we have, I think, temporarily 2 or 3 countries already having such a scheme. So JCM is directly linked in Japan's NDC. So if you have interest, we'll be very happy to answer more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you all for these case studies. I think it's enlarged our acknowledge very much. So colleagues, we are coming to the end of the session. We truly appreciate your active contribution to the 5th Global Dialogue and as the investment-focused event. And my co-chair and I would like to thank you all for your active participation and engagement over the last 2 days, both in person and virtually. Your valuable contributions to the work program are sincerely appreciated. And we would like to thank again all the presenters, moderators, experts, panelists, icebreakers who have joined us and enriched the conversations. I would like now to invite my co-chairs to share her reflections.
Thank you. And apologies, I thought I'd left my allergies back in DC. They decided to follow me here. This has been an extremely rich discussion. I personally have learned a lot. One of the things that I'm taking with me here is a sense of optimism because of all the actions and efforts that are being made by the countries, by organizations. And even though we know that we still have a way to go to be able to reach our goal of conserving the global forests, we are already on the way towards doing that. There was a lot of fodder for exchange and for joint learning, and we'll be doing our best to try and capture as much of this as possible. I'll just maybe conclude by...
The value of the mitigation work program, especially the global dialogue, and we demonstrate the actions and also actionable solutions. I think I guess this word from some of the participants that we need to turn the ambitions to actions, and then the ambitions will turn to impact. And finally, we will achieve our common goals that is set by the Paris Agreement as well as the UNFCCC. I think the good start in China, we always say the good start is half of the success. Of course, we have a good start for our 2 years turn, and I hope we can achieve the success until the end. And of course, this global dialogue is just a good start for the whole mitigation work program. And the mitigation work it's quite a long time for us to continue to work on that. But I think the good start makes quite good points to hear. So now I would like to, before we close, we would like to share with you our immediate next step. So Angela and me and I plan to convey informal discussion with parties to hear your views on the topics, subtopics, and operational aspects as you have asked us to do so for our preparation of the next global dialogue. And we plan to have this informal consultation instead of having that online. We can make use of the bone session because we believe most of the parties will participate in the Bonn session, and we'll conduct those informal consultation with you and listen to your feedback, and to help us to have an early planning for the next global dialogue, because we do have some creative or crazy ideas, and we wish to share with you in advance, and if that works, we can have an early preparation for that for the next global dialogue. And with that, we come to the close of this dialogue and investment-focused event. We thank the government of Panama for hosting us, and we thank all of you for making this trip. We hope to meet again in Bonn and look forward to building the work program collaboratively with you. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, one last announcement. Very good news for everyone who is interested in joining us a reception tonight. The government of Panama is pleased to invite all delegates and representatives here in the room to join a reception this evening, starting at 6 p.m. So, well, now you should run at the Biomuseum. And this is held together with participants also from the Nature Summit. You can get more information and also your ticket at the registration area here. So please collect your ticket if you're interested to go. I think it's going to be a nice closure of this dialogue. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a good evening.